Hello, how'd you do? I'm not broken, I'm just split in two. Hope you're fine, ain't got time to do everything you said you would. Frames of the past and the memory of you just come running by. Pictures of sunny days with your smile in the bar. They say I was broken. How could they say you made me come undone? Now I know that it's okay. Unlike my friends, you are nothing like them. How could they say I was broken? How could they say you made me come undone? Now I know that it's okay. Unlike my friends, you are nothing like them. To be cool, even wear that shirt you wanted to. My friends think I'm lame. Since I met you, I am not the same. It was not meant to be a fairy tale with a happy end. Girl, you take care now. I hope we can be friends. They say I was broken. How could they say you made me come undone? Now I know that it's okay. Unlike my friends, you are nothing like them. How could they say I was broken? How could they say you made me come undone? Now I know that it's okay. Unlike my friends, you are nothing like them. How'd you do? I'm not broken, I'm just split in two. Hope you're fine, ain't got time. I'm not broken, not broken, not broken. How could they say I was broken? How could they say you made me come undone? Now I know that it's okay. Unlike my friends, you are nothing like them. Like them.
Oh, we're streaming.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, lovely stream.
Hello, people. How's it going? Let me get this stream up on my computer so I can see the chat. How are you doing, Pat? You're up late again.
I'm doing well. Got some Diet Coke here, keeping me alive.
Good. Good.
Just doing doing some board edits. Actually, I'm looking at a very intense board right now. Got a note from a client; they wanted some adjustments, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to do.
Awesome. I hope it's going well.
I think so. I think it'll go well. This is just kind of exercising some animation muscles on this, which is nice.
Oh, sounds fun. You're the type of boarder who ends up animating some bits of it accidentally.
Listen.
Hey, I'm not calling you out. I do the same thing.
Oddly enough, I don't know if I showed you, but Sheldon streamed after you guys did.
Yeah, I watched the stream yesterday. I saw you guys. He was talking about boarders who put like thousands of drawings into their boards, and everybody knew exactly who he was talking about.
Well, it's interesting that we're talking about this because we had a Twitter discussion earlier about further distinctions in the storyboard career path. Because so many storyboard artists are kind of expected to do so many different things now, and which is a natural progression with the kind of the increase in technology, right? Technology has gotten so much better and so much faster that board artists can now very easily add, time out their boards. They can add dialogue, sound effects, things like that.
Yeah.
But we're getting these board artists that are practically animating it, and they're just like, taking it from script to almost completion in some cases.
Yeah.
It's like, does that deserve a different title? Because there's a lot of people who are applying for board artist positions who are applying for traditional board artist positions. They're just here to figure out the story. That's where their craft is.
Yes.
They're not animators.
And that should be fine.
Yeah.
Like I do find that timing for me is like a really important part of it though. Like even if I don't end up putting in however many frames, I still really like having the ability to control how long a shot is on screen for, or how long a drawing is on screen for, just because sometimes that's really important to the read and to check if it works.
Yeah.
So, like, just personally, I do enjoy the timing side of it, even if not all the drawings are in there to make it actually animated. It isn't unintentional, though, when I end up accidentally putting, like, shots on 3s or something. Like, I tried to just... I tried to just put the essential drawings in, but then I find out the essential drawings don't work unless they're spaced really closely together in the timeline, so... And then before I know it...
It's that worry that, like, will this read? Am I giving enough information to those who are coming after me to make sure that the product is what my vision is?
Yeah.
Because I have a vision. I'm invested in this art piece now, and I want it to be right.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can't just do it all yourself.
Yeah.
I say as I work till 4 a.m.
Yeah, I hope that you're doing okay and that these board revisions are treating you alright. I mean, you sound like you're having a good time with it, though.
This one's nice. I'm enjoying this one. This one's nice. I can kind of turn my brain off a little bit on this, which is good.
Yeah. Sounds fun. Thank you very much for the tea, Mike.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael.
Wow.
Say hello, Michael.
Hello, Michael.
I knew it.
I posted in I believe Light Table, our Discord server, that some more people did a reaction video to our Night Runner Magnum Bullets video.
I just saw that this morning. Is it a good one?
It's pretty fun.
Oh,
They're both Southern boys, so it's pretty fun. Oh, look at him! He's riding on the bullet.
Oh wow,
that's
okay.
awesome.
There's kind of a charm. There's a charm to it. You know, but they were kind of raved about the animation.
Oh man,
which was nice.
That's awesome.
Good for me to share it.
Yeah.
I will be in just a sec.
Okay. How's everyone doing in the chat? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm good for you to share, Mike.
Alrighty.
Let's do it.
Hey.
He's not gonna get away with this.
I didn't see a lot of them because I was very tired.
Very fun, awesome, and thank you, Bubbles with a Z, for the raid.
Hey,
Thank you.
welcome in.
Oh hey.
Yeah, they were great. Like everyone's got a very different style, which is really fun to look at. But lots of really good stuff.
I think it was Kurzik first. Is the order
Fight.
changed?
I don't think the order has changed. Well, maybe it has if Kurzex is no longer there. This is the last one I reviewed was Grog's, right?
Yeah.
So
If you give it a refresh.
I mean, I've just loaded it, so
Yeah, but I thought I dragged this up, but I had dragged it up, but it hadn't registered. So if you give it a refresh, Kurzik is up next.
I just did. I can just click on Kurzex next if you want.
Okay. Either way.
There we go.
Alright, so this is Kurzak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Ah, Earl Grey. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. Pat, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's do this. Ooh.
Nice.
Super nice.
Back frames. Shield? No, it's something else. It's. Whoa,
Hey.
that's cool. Good reveal shot. Wow. Got a good sense of storytelling with this.
Yeah, everything's nice and consistent too. Like, I really like the shots that you're choosing to use.
It's good, Kurzik. You don't need to hold your head in your hands.
Oh yeah, why? This is amazing. You've done an awesome job.
I like that every shot there is thought put into what information it's conveying.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of dynamism in the shot choices, a lot of really strong compositions with especially kind of the low angle parts. Yeah, I think some of the grids get a little loose, but you know what? This is a 3-hour challenge, so I'm not going to be too picky.
Yep.
I'm going to have to get out of my director head a little bit. Make sure that I'm not like nitpicking, because I'm used to seeing things that like take people weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's still good for them just to know, though, I guess. Like, if you were to have more time, where would it be good to put it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look through shot by shot. So this is really nice, the way that you're following this movement with the camera. And then matching the eye trace there to make sure we're looking in the right place. Super nice. And we have this. I think this is one of the...
That's a really nice shot. I like a bit of the fisheye lens going on there too.
Yeah, super nice. This is one of the ones where I'd love to see like the grid be a little more solid for it.
By that, you just mean that each of the planes connect to one another in a way that makes more sense.
Yeah, basically. Like I feel like maybe the right hand side of the screen could be lowered a little bit to give it a little bit of Dutch as well.
You hear that, Kurzik? You needed to add more Dutch.
I mean, not necessarily. That's a very like, you know, that's a, what's the word when it's particular to you.
I might be
nice,
subjective.
I might be off base here, but I think Kurzik is Dutch. Might be either really making a good joke or really misremembering and making a poor joke. They are. Okay.
I love the way that you're using the camera here to show the impact as well. And having that kind of continue the movement afterwards. It's really nice. Point of view shot. Yeah, having the camera follow everything it's just a...
Really nice.
Yeah. I love this
nice
following shot.
There.
This is a great shot.
Having the smoke follow them up as well is a really great way.
Yeah, that's nice.
This is some really high quality stuff.
And then
I'm impressed.
Wiping the camera.
Coming right at the camera.
Yep. And then that's really nice, this zoom shot.
Nice. Good expression.
Yeah. Nice blocking here. I can imagine if this was animated, there would be like cutting on the movement happening here.
And how about them impact frames? Who here loves drawing impact frames? What? Oh, no, nobody likes drawing them? Oh, well, they're cool just the same.
It's just you, Pat.
I don't like them. I just do them.
That's a lovely frame.
Everybody, let's give a round of applause for Kurzik.
Ah, he's not gonna get away with this.
Whoop, whoop.
See. Yeah, no, I think that works. I was like, is that a little bit slow? But I think it works fine.
Hey Josie, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. We doing more Animorning challenge reviews.
There's something about this shot where I feel like it might be nice to have the camera move be come from down into a more upward position rather than from left to right for the reveal. There's something about starting a camera low and then moving it up that makes me feel kind of like a character is either like revealing it with their eyes or kind of lifting their head to look at it.
Gotcha.
So that's another thing which is just like a matter of personal taste. It works fine as it is. And then we get these cut-ins before we get the full reveal. I like this reveal shot where we go from zoomed in to drifting outwards. I guess you could make this an even more iconic image if you wanted to push that perspective a bit more and really have the red character's hand coming towards the camera.
I like the silhouettes. There's attention paid to avoiding tangent lines and to having overlap and like proper negative space so that everything really reads. I do think it would be useful, India. I think if you kind of maybe demonstrated a little bit of that forced perspective, because I think we have some really ambitious shots, and that could probably be useful to see kind of like how to really push that perspective.
Yeah.
On your characters.
Yeah, because you've got some really useful graphic elements there with the wings that you could use to
give it a shot.
To imply the depth. You're sort of losing the lower wing in that negative space under the arm and between the body.
I can kind of understand, like, because you could sweep it all the way around, but you'd kind of lose some of the characters posing then if you cover the legs.
I feel like we're not really seeing much of the winged character's stance here, so you can maybe bring it in front of, like, overlap their lower body and have it swing out more towards the bottom left.
But I'd be tempted to, like...
Maybe.
really push that arm backwards. Maybe even give them a nice clawed hand position.
This is kind of like what we were talking about earlier when we were reviewing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle boards, especially that splinter shot. Where he's kind of sliding in towards the camera. That a good rule of thumb when doing forced perspective is to pay attention to the scale of the various body elements compared to one another. So, using the skeleton as a base, your humerus, your upper arm, your lower arm, like your rib cage, like when you're in a forced perspective like this, how big is the pelvis compared to the rib cage? How big is the forearm compared to the upper arm? And how much do they overlap? And like those main things like scale and overlap. Pay attention to those two. And then I would say after that, angles. But like scale and overlap are the main two that I would really focus on.
Okay.
I'm literally working on a shot right now that has forced perspective, so that's what I'm thinking of.
Yes.
Yeah, you said you were doing board revisions while watching
I
this.
am. I am editing someone else's storyboard while looking at your all's storyboards. It's just my life now.
This is my life.
That's all that directing is, everybody. It's this and spreadsheets.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is just like reviewing stuff.
Pat's got to story some boards.
I'm gonna story them boards. You watch me, I'll do it. I'll story them boards.
So you could bring it around here, or you could let me try this and see if it covers too much.
Tangent. I was listening to our video that we did.
Yeah.
Because I like to engage in some masochism. Just listen to my voice.
Oh no.
And I realized that even though I lived here in Texas for so long, and I do have a bit of a Texas accent, I still say about.
About.
Like Canadian. About. Yeah, you'll hear me. I'll say, "Oh, that's about that, and that's about this." And I'm just like, "Oh, no." So now I have the best of both worlds.
What's that all about?
What's that about? You gotta go. Remember, if you ever want to do Midwestern, you just gotta go slow to fast. So you say, "Oh yeah."
Oh
sure
yeah.
then.
Okay.
How are you doing?
How are you doing? No. I'll keep practicing, Patrick.
You'll get there. Don't worry. I believe in you.
Oh, thank you.
It's beautiful. Touching. You're looking at me like I'm sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic.
You're always being sarcastic.
Never
That's your secret.
It's not.
It's not.
I feel like if we get this, I might lower this wing a little bit to try and make them a little bit more even.
This overlap you're adding too by taking that the wing that's closest to us, and you're still paying attention to the silhouette. So these are things to keep track of, as India draws. Look how that wing is still paying attention to making sure that the tip of it and the various points have space, and that the overlapping elements, I think you call them T drawings, paying attention to that and avoiding those tangents.
Yeah, exactly. Taking advantage of this kind of shape.
Yeah.
The one thing you don't want is this kind of shape where all the lines converge on the same point. That flattens everything out.
That's called a butt junction.
A butt junction. Only butts use butt junctions.
You get it, right? Why it's called a butt junction?
Are you asking me or India?
What? Because
I'm asking India.
is it because because it looks like a butt?
Yeah.
It does look like a butt.
I know what a butt looks like.
Yeah, you have a cat. You're probably very familiar.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she likes to stick it in people's faces.
She was headbutting me yesterday. Because I wasn't paying attention to her. So she jumped up on the desk and headbutted me.
Yeah, but like just essentially, if you were going to draw like a character and this is their sleeve, like you would want to do overlap like this. And then you'll maybe get the seam going in there or something. But what you don't want is like everything just converging onto one point. This is a really bad example. I wonder if I can come up with a better example than this. Let's see if I can use something from this drawing as an example. I guess if I was to take this shoulder here and just like feed it straight into the wing shape, that would make it confusing as to where exactly the shoulder's placed.
Gotcha.
So making sure that you are creating these T's and overlapping things just makes it really clear what's in front of what.
You gotta use the T's and the Z's.
Yeah. So I would rely on Kurzak to make my drawing nice, but that's the general idea of how you could potentially push it. You could push it even more than that, to be honest. But only if you like changed up the angle.
If you're a rebel.
If you wanted to give it like a really low angle, you could potentially push it more. Like I don't want to bring the red character too high up into frame because I'm aware that we're looking down on them. Oop, 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 oop.
What does Mario's Underworld and Jeans have in common?
Thanks
Denim,
for all the
denim.
feedback.
Denim, denim, denim. Dum, 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 dum.
That's my dad
Oh,
joke for today.
Super good. Like if you wanted to go more low angle, you could totally like really push that arm up and into cam. That kind of thing.
Thank you so much for the resubscription, Kurzak. Kurzak said, I can never make your drawings nicer than they already are. Thanks for all the feedback. Heart.
Oh, that's a lie. You totally could. But thank you. That's very sweet.
Yeah, 6 months at least.
6 months.
Wow.
Affiliate
Wow.
at least.
What do you know? We made it, guys. We're still here.
On the road to partner. We want to be partners so we can be cowboys. We can all be like, howdy, partner. Howdy.
Pretty good.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy. Howdy, partner.
Howdy.
That's a little more Georgian than Texan, but like close enough. You're in the South at least.
I've made it to the south.
Yeah, Georgia's like kind of, or like Louisiana, Georgia. You get that little bit more middle voice. You get a little bit longer, you know. Well, how do? Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ain't you sweet?
I don't
Like, that's
trust
where that's
Pat when he
from.
has that accent for some reason.
I mean, whereas Texas is kind of like this. That's where Hank Hill's from, right? I'll tell you what.
Bobby!
What?
Yeah. Bobby! Bob!
I love that accent so much.
Yeah. Butterfree, I choose you, go! Like, that's basically.
Oh, thank you, Miss
That's
Mama.
Texas.
Do come by again.
So you could push them slightly more up into camera if you wanted. Just like increase that perspective on the hand potentially.
Yeah, average of 75 viewers, I think, is the criteria.
Force perspective here is good. Could bring this in here if you wanted. This is a really nice pose, so I don't want to alter this too much. Like, it would just be pushing things away from the camera a little bit more as well. Should be making them a bit smaller.
I stopped Josie from typing with my King of the Hill impression.
Oh no!
Because I am Hank Hill. Not really. He would consider me, like, off-putting.
I wouldn't consider you Hank Hill, no.
My hair is way too long and not regulation.
What were you up to, Josie, when you were streaming just before this?
Basically just pushing that hand further away from the face. So it's going to get exponentially bigger. Even bigger than it is in comparison to the head when we wipe the camera. Is it still called a camera wipe when you go straight into it? Or is it called something different?
Good question. I don't think I know the answer to that.
No one knows. That's the answer. I don't think I would change this one, really. This one's perfect fine the way it is.
Hey, thanks for the follows. Really appreciate it.
I wish I could show you guys this thing. I'm really proud of it.
Oh man, I wish we could see it. You kidding me? I'd love to see it.
Well, maybe Michael might eventually.
That's true. Eventually we'll see it. Eventually, hopefully, we'll all see it.
Everyone will see it eventually. That's a flippin' animator motto. Eventually.
Yeah, one day people will see what I've been doing for the past 2 years.
Andy eventually.
Wow. This commentary is
He's
amazing.
stellar, right?
I hope you're learning so much from this, Kurzik.
This is just me. I'm just going through and like pushing the foreshortening. That's all I'm doing. So some of these drawings are very scratty and messy and would need to obviously be like gone over and just turned into nice drawings. But hopefully it'll give the impression of how you could potentially push it.
What are you thinking about when you are pushing the perspective on a shot like this, like the forearm and the hand?
Gosh, that's a good question. I guess I'm thinking about like where the camera would be. And I'm thinking about how you could frame the shot potentially with it as well. Like what is non-intrusive but increases the power or the impression that the shot's giving. Because everything that you do, you want it to increase the read, right? So there are some times where you could push the foreshortening, but you might not want to, just because it would decrease the read. Sometimes you need flat shots.
Like too much depth and overlap and scale, you can obscure the important information.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about everything in terms of like blocks though. Like I always think in terms of like looking through what I'm drawing as if it's like almost a semi-transparent ghost limb. So, you know, the shape I'm thinking about is like
The contours.
this kind of thing.
You're seeing through the shape. So if you are wearing, let's say, an article of clothing that has a cuff on it, right? Or if you're wearing a bracelet or something like that, something that goes around your limb, that line, that the direction of that line that goes perpendicular to like your arm, that is known as a cross contour because it is crossing across the form. A cross contour can also be a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a cross section kind of thing, right? Like if you were to divide the arm up, like the cross contours that go up the arm would change shape, right? Kind of like when you see someone go through an MRI type deal. And so yeah, keeping track of those is a good way to try to visualize objects as three-dimensional, because that is an aspect of becoming a good artist in terms of like representing things in 2D space that are three-dimensional.
Yeah.
Is you kind of have to think like that. Like knowing 3D modeling is a good way to familiarize yourself with that. And think in terms of planes and volumes in terms of just lines and shapes.
Yeah, like I would find it incredibly difficult to draw foreshortening just with the outside exterior lines. Like I really need to think about how everything is slotting together. Because you have so much overlap when it comes to very heavily foreshortened drawings, that you kind of need to keep in mind what's underneath everything else. You're like stacking shapes on top of one another, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think you could potentially push this one a bit more. Just really have that leg go off at the end.
Just have that leg go off.
Just have it go off. No one can control this leg.
The perspective in that thumbnail too, what you've done with the forearm and stuff.
Yeah, like you would have to have a slightly lower angle for that to work, but if you wanted to go with a low angle shot of this instead, then you could totally do this.
Hinky Pink Art asks, do you guys need a testing tool for Twitch emotes? I use one for making emotes for my friends. Would it be okay to share the link? ?
Oh, feel free to share the link, yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
A testing tool for Twitch emotes.
That sounds really useful.
I don't know what that means though.
I would assume it means you can upload a version of your emote and then it will display it at the various sizes.
Oh, nice.
We kind of do manual mock-ups, so I might just do it for you.
Obviously, right. Beautiful work. I love your shot choices.
Very solid.
Yeah. There are some suggestions.
Thinking about the story.
Yeah. And the flow's really nice as well. Awesome work, Kozek. Nice job.
Oh, cool. It's got light and dark mode as well.
So now we're on to dark vaults.
Whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
The vaults, they are dark.
I see you in chat there.
The dark vault.
Dark vault. It's the vault where I keep all my darkness.
The enemy of light amp.
Light amp and dark vault.
Like what?
Yeah.
The two.
And watts of medium gray.
Watts of medium gray. He's just like, hey guys.
Hey, it's me. I'm Watts. No one really talks about me that much, but you know, except with light bulbs, people do talk about me when it comes to light bulbs.
I'm
I
still
am the
here.
life of the party when light bulbs are involved. And so I was like, shut up, Watts. Medium
God
gray
damn it,
God.
Watts. Hey, I'm a hit play. Here we go.
Let's do it. I'm excited. Oh shit! It's a big owl, dude.
Is that
Oh,
an owl bear?
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, it's all
there we
popping
go.
off.
Is Dark Volt in chat?
Mm-hmm. They sure are.
Maybe they could give us a synopsis, like on what's going on here. Who's who? There seems to be a lot of characters that are pretty well designed.
I think there's a shot where we kind
So
of
I
see
assume
all
they
of
have
them.
backstories, and there's like something going on here.
So we have like a goblin dude, we have a hero with a sword, an owlbear, and some kind of bird or fairy, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's me. I'm bird or fairy.
So let's see, we have this character fall into frame. And I'm assuming this is the goblin here. Or the orc. I'd look to maybe hook up these two positions if this is the same character. So if we're cutting to behind them and they have kind of the hand up in this this gesture, then hook that up with the previous shot. So it's very clear that they are the same character. Rather than just having them kind of stand in this kind of A pose. Make it a bit more dynamic.
I thought oh my god, I can't read. When he said a human boy with a small harpy, I thought it said a human boy with a sharp harpy.
With a sharpie.
Touch that harpy, it's sharp. Oh no. No longer allowed.
Okay. So
Sharpie. I hate myself for setting that up. It's like I walked over to you with a T and I was like, now don't hit this out of the park. Oh no, she hit it out of the park. Who'd have known? Yeah. Probably shouldn't have pitched that ball.
Rawr.
Oh, we had a
His pose is so ridiculous. Rawr.
I'm gonna get you.
Here comes the tickle squad.
You're completely changing the spirit and the story of this fight scene.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is meant to look threatening, so...
We had an exchange yesterday where India showed just how mercilessly quick her wit was. Because we went and got burritos from downstairs and came back with them. And we were eating them, and our flatmate was like, "Oh, did you go to get burritos? Did you? Without asking if I wanted to get in on that? Because I totally would. By the way, totally would have gotten burritos." We're like, "Oh, sorry." So then maybe like an hour later, comes into the room with a burrito, being like, look what I have," kind of like enjoying the fact that he also now had burrito and that we didn't have any. But then there was kind of this back and forth of just sassing one another about this burrito. And then it lulled. We were like, okay, we're reverting back to just being serious. And he then goes, "Oh, it was fairly busy in there though. So I had to wait in queue for a bit." And India just immediately was just like, "Should have went earlier then." And it was just like, ooh, because that was yeah.
I think you had to have been there.
Mm.
But I wouldn't describe myself as quick-witted.
It was savage though.
Unfortunately, yeah, a lot of my humor is like quite mean, so I have to hold it back a lot of the time. It sounds mean. I'm always just joking. Yeah, I'm always just joking, but for some reason my brain always comes up with the mean things to say. So I just don't say them.
Which is the worst part at the time when you say it, and then the other person is actually hurt, and you're like,
no,
my worst fear.
Yeah, I was only joking. That was like, it was funny because you should never say anything to someone that's like that.
That was the joke. It's like me and lying. I love to lie to people, but I can't. But I also hate it. So I will lie to someone as a joke, and then immediately say, no, that's not true.
Yeah. I do that sometimes. It's like, it's just fun to just be like, yeah, I like that. And then people are like, what? And you're like, well, now I feel mean. So.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, a trailer for that game just came out? And they're like, oh, really? Nah.
Nope.
I don't
sure
like
didn't.
That, or, you know.
I did that a little bit yesterday with Void Inked Pen. They were like, hey, I want to apply the feedback that you gave me on the stream yesterday. Is there a way I can get the sync sketch so I can see the drawings? I was like, oh, sure you can, for a fee. And they're like, what? I was like, yeah, that'll be $5. And they're like,
well, you don't have $5.
They're like, oh, I was like, and I was like, here's our. They're like, oh, I'm not. Are you like? They were like questioning whether I was serious. So like, here's our PayPal email address. It's this.
Oh my gosh, you took it really far. Jeez.
They're like, all right, and I'm like, no, I'm just kidding.
You needed the $5.
I was just kidding. I was like, I linked it immediately. And they're like, oh, thank you very much. And I was like, I'll send an invoice.
Stop! You're terrible.
You can get away with so much with just text.
So,
speaking of terrible, we should probably talk a little bit about...
Yeah, about the storyboards.
What's the storyboard?
So,
Sorry, Dark.
One thing about this shot here is it's unclear as to whether perhaps I'm assuming the orc is going towards them, but because the grid in the background is getting further away, it kind of creates the impression that they are coming towards the orc instead. Either way, I think you want to make it very clear who's moving towards who.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the orc's going towards them, the background will be getting bigger as he gets kind of closer to the grid, as it were, as we're tracking with him. But either way, I think a couple of drawings to show who's moving would be good here. So if you're going to have him walking, then maybe just give him like a bit of squash and stretch.
You could have him like up and down on the running.
Mm-hmm. Just so that we can see that he's the one moving forward. Because at the minute we just have kind of people sliding toward one another, but I'm not sure who's approaching who. So be mindful of like how you're using the grid in this as well, because it's
the grid is a background element. So if you are moving, like it shouldn't move with the camera. Is what we're saying.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're trying to create a particular effect, like unless you're trying to create a vertigo effect or something.
Dolly zoom, right?
Yeah. So show movement.
That's a weird thing to do. It's like basically by zooming into something, you are adjusting the focal length of your lens. So if you dolly out and zoom in,
yeah,
like the background and the character, they'll move differently of one another. So what is it? Dolly in and zoom out? I think that's it.
I think so. You see it a lot in horror movies when a character sees something unsettling.
Yeah. No, it's dolly in and zoom out. No. Dolly. Zooming in will... God, I don't remember. It's been so long since I've used an actual camera. I used to do that in my movies, though.
Yeah, really, like,
Can't remember.
Animated movies create a feeling of vertigo. That's really cool. Because it's much easier to do in animated movies.
It was... Oh, yeah. I did it in live action. I didn't do it in
animation.
animation.
Cool.
Yeah.
I do think
I loved that when I found out about that. I used it everywhere.
I want to use it in a ton of places. It's just like, it's so specific. You really need to find like an appropriate place to use it. You can't just hoy it in.
Do a nice light table horror film.
Oh, we should! That'd be so fun. I'm like really passionate about animated horror. I think that's a really untapped thing that's full of potential.
Got some. Shit is terrifying.
Yes. I do also think the choice of having the grid be this kind of circular tube in this shot, I don't really feel like having it as a circular tube is necessary for this shot, because it makes the ground plane kind of difficult to discern.
Yeah.
I think you might be better to go with just a regular ass 1 point perspective grid here. So if I just take the horizon line that you already have.
Regular ass.
Regular
this
ass.
Is advanced ass.
A normal butt grid.
Yes. Butt grids for everybody. But yeah, no, that does sound like it might be a good idea. And maybe even like not have the point right behind the character.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe have it a little bit off to like the side, like the left or something, because our main character here, the one in the foreground, he is going slightly camera left.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I feel like we should follow that as a visual cue.
Let's move it to here instead.
Yeah, because if you have them originating out from the owl bear, it's another indicator that that's the thing that is in motion or moving, I would say. You reckon that?
Hmm?
Do you reckon having the lines radiate out from the owlbear also adds to the confusion that that's the one thing that's moving? Because
I'm not sure. It does create the impression that you're kind of moving towards that though. Yeah. Like in general, you'll pop a vanishing point like behind a character if you're kind of going directly towards that vanishing point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have to be careful not to like space this grid so that it's too flat, because the characters are kind of standing like this.
Gotta be careful.
Gotta be careful. Get those horizontal lines spaced in a way that makes sense.
I'll probably
that's a bit. I made it a bit too steep.
Volunteer as tribute D-Van since India's busy. I'll He's like, oh, I got my 10k bucks. Who shall I make suffer my wrath? And we've added exercises to the rewards for Doig.
Oh yeah.
So people can get us to do like press ups and squats.
People can get us to do squats and stuff now. It's
oh no.
It's good. It gets us to actually move away from our desks every now and then.
I feel bad that I used the good luck money haul.
You just threw your money away.
I did.
That's okay though. You got good luck.
Was an option.
Did you have a lucky day after you did that?
It'll happen.
Oh, okay.
That was a good pause.
Don't listen to him, guys. It totally works. It totally works.
I'll have a lucky day as it goes on 3 a.m.
Good luck money days are non-refundable.
Yeah. Once it's in the hole, it's in the hole. There's nothing you can do to get back.
You guys, good luck day.
Aww. That's too nice. Alright, so we have him walking, and you're gonna add a bit of movement to show that he's walking. And he's going towards this burr. And then we lock hands. Yeah. I think it'd be nice to like continue that camera movement a little bit in here. Just as we're following the orc, you could just bring the camera over a little bit at the beginning of the shot. Before we end up in the middle here with them wrestling.
How do we feel about an animation submission that came in 10 minutes ago?
It'll probably be put at the end of the list.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
He's staring at me for.
What?
What? And then we cut here, and I think you again want to just be careful to match the positions. So in this shot, we're seeing that the owlbear is pretty much feels taller than the orc, and then on the next shot, the orc is kind of towering over them, but the horizon is still straight, which means that we're not tilting the camera. So if the orc is pushing this owlbear down, I think it would be good to have that happen a little bit in the previous shot so that this hooks up to it. Or if you're kind of looking at them on this kind of axis, then I would tilt the
pellets that an owlbear makes.
I would tilt the horizon line to show that cam tilt. I'm assuming that he's meant to be pushing him down though, so I have
I do like the fact that they're choosing high and low angles.
Yeah.
I think defining that ground plane a little bit more would be kind of one of the first steps I would take to see something like this.
Yeah.
I think you would learn the most that way, like coming from an action board standpoint. Like you're on the right track by choosing these camera angles, by putting in a grid. Now let's spend a little extra time, more time than you already have, like even more time, extra time, defining what this grid is and what that perspective is. If that makes any sense, or I could just be rambling.
No, that makes complete sense. I'm stuck with this shot at the minute, but it was the next shot that you were talking about, wasn't it?
I like that you're arcing the back on them like that, really kind of pushing some of that silhouette.
Yeah.
Because it's these two arcs, kind of like they're making an arc, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the keystone is where their fingers are locked, and so like their spines each kind of make this concave C curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is kind of like you're thinking about abstract shapes, but you're making anatomy and silhouette and body form that abstract shape.
Yeah. We basically we're switching around the power dynamic here so that this character is overpowering that character, and thinking about how that affects the overall shape is a really good way to show that in a simple, quick way.
Hey, it's David.
Hey, David!
He wants you guys to do burpees.
Oh, that's okay. He redeemed Chromail, so that's not actually we don't have to do that. We just have to.
He said, "Damn, those are expensive push-ups."
I hate burpees. They're the worst.
Burpees are hard.
That's the ones where it's
Big fan.
you have to go down into the plank position and then jump up and then jump up.
Yes.
It's like push up into a jump, and then you go back down, and you do that until you vomit.
Yep. And then that's it. You're done. You never have to exercise again.
Yeah, you charged up all of the solar energy in the burpee. Still waiting for the pistol squat.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Have you heard of pistol squats before, Patrick?
One-legged ones, right?
Yeah.
Just because I'm hefty now doesn't mean I don't know how to work out.
Neither India or I had heard of them, so India was just like, is that where you do a squat and then shoot someone?
It could have been.
India. You really are a wholesome bird that is also wielding a knife.
No!
Tweet, love me.
We played a session of D&D yesterday, and India was like, I jump down the stairs and I throw a knife, and then she rolled a nat 20 and added, and I spin
and I roll. It was even better because at the time I was disguised. I'd cast disguise self on myself, and I was just a torso because me and the me and the gnome of the party had tried to deceive someone by stacking on one another's shoulders, both casting Disguise Self and becoming a regular-sized person, with me as a torso and them as the legs. And so then for the rest of the dungeon, there was just a pair of legs running around with a crossbow and a torso with knives. It was great.
Yeah, what was it? The player who was the legs was just like, all you see is like the skirt lift up and there's a crossbow.
Yeah. I'd be tempted to lower the horizon line here. I don't think there's any need for it to be super high in this shot. You know, because the higher the horizon line is, the more we're kind of looking down on the characters. And it doesn't really feel like we're sort of taking advantage of that in this particular scenario. I think this kind of thing would make a bit more sense. And then we get a top-down shot. And I think this is where I started to get a little bit lost, and I think it's just because the 180 rule was kind of broken here.
Oh, sure enough.
Yes.
That's okay. We talked about it after submissions were put in, so should we go over the 180 rule again?
Yeah, sure thing. Would you like to describe it, or would you like me to describe it?
Take it away, India.
Okay. Basically, so the 180 rule is a tool that you use to keep everything readable and consistent in your scenes. And it essentially means... Let me do a little diagram for you. Say we're looking top down on this box here, and we have character A and character B. Basically, whenever you have a setup like this, if you just draw a line between these characters, basically you want to keep your camera on either one side or the other. You don't want to cross that line, because when you do, the character positions will switch and it will become much more confusing for the viewer to keep track of who's who. Keeping character position consistent between scenes in terms of who's on the left, who's on the right, like where people are placed to one another, is super important. In general, you only really want to break that rule if you either show someone changing direction on screen, or you have enough interspersing shots between to kind of describe why that would happen. So you could intersperse a lot of straight on shots and then switch it up. But when you have a shot such as this, where you very clearly have the owlbear on the left and the orc on the right, and then we cut to the orc being on the left and the owlbear being on the right, it can get confusing for the viewers to keep track of the two characters positionally. There are times...
It's a momentum thing as well.
Yeah.
You know, because like we've established that our orc is on the right and that the owl is on the left. And if he's pushing him away, in the previous scene we've established what their directions are. So we established that if he pushes him, then that means the owl has to go left.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if there's motion between shots. So for him to start pushing left and then to see him go right, it can be disorienting. Which, you know, is not always a bad thing. Like sometimes directors will use disorientation on purpose.
Yeah.
They will switch that 180-degree line to make you feel uneasy. But if that's not what you're going for, you should try to adhere to the 180-degree line. And a good way to see it, I think India has shown it there, is that if you ever have two characters and you're looking at a direct top-down, draw a line between them, and then whatever side you choose to keep that camera on, you have to remain within that 180-degree field that you've chosen. And switching to the other side takes a little bit more conscious decision making in order to do it. And if it's unconscious, it'll be evident that it is an unconscious decision.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes complete sense.
I need to stop asking. I need to. I feel like BoJack Horseman when he was on his comedy tour. Every time he told a joke, he's like, "Do you get it?"
I think it's fine because if anyone in the chat doesn't or needs explaining further, they can say so.
Yeah.
Like, feel free to ask us. We're happy to go into it a little bit more.
Let me know if you get it.
Yeah.
Hey, Coffee Doodles. We were just telling people about some of our happenings on the D&D yesterday.
So, I think the way that you could potentially fix this is if when you cut into this shot, he hasn't thrown him yet, and then we kind of see him swing the character around and throw him to the right. Then you can have this character get thrown in the same position.
Because they're starting in a state that's the same.
Yeah, because we're seeing the motion.
Changes viewable.
Yeah, we're seeing the hook up from the previous position, and then they're like swinging them around and throwing them behind them. And you can follow that movement with the camera too, which might be nice. Because you'll want to make sure that these characters kind of start off mostly in the center, just because in the previous shot, that's where the eye line was.
The only thing that would make this, make that not work is having your human character be where they are in the shot. So if you want that motion, you will still have to make the human character be to the left of the owlbear at the start of the shot. Right?
Sorry, I'm just finishing writing this. You were saying we need to change the position of the human character, Mike?
Yeah, because he would be screen left.
Yeah.
At the beginning.
Because we've established
that
he's there. Which means when it comes to this shot, I mean, you could have him jump out of the way, which might be fun. But it means he would probably be somewhere. He would definitely be somewhere on this side of the screen. Whether you want to put him like over here, up here, or if you want to put him down here is kind of up to you. So long as he's on that side. But he's sword. He's very large that I've drawn him there, but obviously you would keep him in scale with the other two.
Ring-a-ding bling bling when boarding a scene, do they hand you a ground plane of where everything in the scene is supposed to be?
Sometimes they do, sometimes, but in general you're kind of expected to keep track of that yourself. Like, you'll be told what the location is.
If you're working in a pipeline that has maybe 3D pre-visualization, you might be given the model itself for you to position the camera. But then sometimes if the director has a specific vision, it's like, I think it comes down to how pre-planned certain moments are. How much control the boarder would then exert.
Yeah. And then this shot makes sense. We're cutting to behind the owlbear as he's being thrown towards us. And then does he like roll around like this? Or is this like another cut to us being in front of him instead? Would be my question. Because the scene, the grid doesn't change, I'm assuming that the owlbear kind of rolls around instead.
Abimation says, I recently did a course where a part of it was about how they log character positions and they use top-down maps with keys on them to sort of chart out motions. Abimation?
Yeah, well, like blocking, like staging. Like where the is it blocking? Or is it staging? It's one of those. Anyways, it's like if you have like a fight scene with like a bunch of different characters, it's kind of helpful, especially if you're passing it out to multiple people, to kind of have that top down and be like, at the start of the scene, the hero is going to be here, and their friends are going to be here, and the enemies are here, and then it's like, all right, by about midway in the scene, the hero, he's been thrown through a window, so he's over here, and now he's making his way direction, and the heroes, his friends are here, and these enemies have been taken out, but this one has entered the room, and like it just kind of helps you get a lay of the land. It's kind of like a football map.
Oh, like
American football map.
Yeah, sports plays.
Hop, hop.
Yeah, and you're just kind of like, this character's here and goes here, and like it just really helps you keep track of general just character placement, especially in really complex scenarios. It's super helpful.
Yeah. So in Powerhouse, do you tend to have like a floor map before you do a big fight scene that you kind of give to the boarders?
Fight scenes are difficult. We give our boarders a lot of creative freedom.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that for like because we use a lot of 3D models and we have these kind of stand-in T-posed mannequins we'll put in places for tracking. Sometimes what we'll do, or something that I've been starting to do, is I will start a scene and I'll have the blocking in my head because you're thinking of the story, right? So the characters could start very divided, and so I really want these two characters to be on one side of the argument and the other character on this side of the argument, so I keep them split up, and then at some point I want them to come together and reconcile, so they'll be staged closer, and like, as characters are talking, they're moving, one might move on top of a stage and take a position of power, or one might sit down in a chair, and like all these things can happen, and I'll kind of save different states, so that way when they hand it to the board artist, it's like, all right, here's where everyone starts, here's where they need to be, and that way when they're putting cameras in, they always have a reference point. They got the mannequins in there. All right, well, I know this character's walked to this point. Here's the mannequin where it is, so that way, like, when we send backgrounds off to get painted, they're always accurate. Because if you don't do that, sometimes the backgrounds can kind of shift, right? So you'll have a chair in the background, and a character will be talking in one scene, and the chair's like 3 feet from him, and then the next scene, the chair's like 8 to 10 feet away from him. So it feels like the character just shifted somehow, but they've been standing still.
Right.
And when you're live action, you're just recording it. So unless you go into a different day of shooting or something, like tracking that is a different, and I'd say an easier process. In animation, you're creating it out of whole cloth, so you have to pay a lot more attention to tracking those elements and making sure that like it doesn't become disorienting. Because if you have a big landmark in your scene and you don't properly keep track of that, it's going to feel like your characters are sliding around even though you never show them walking.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that was a very long explanation.
Very good, though.
It's good though, yeah.
Very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've just been adding a note to, if we're going to have the character swing around to that position, maybe add a drawing just to show what's happening there. Or you could change this drawing to be more like we're how do I explain this? The character's rolling to the side instead of towards us. So we would be like beneath where the character's feet are, and they would go straight from screen left to screen right, and then settle into this position.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Low angle? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm thinking more instead of this pose where it's kind of implied that they're coming straight towards the camera because we've just seen them get thrown this way.
I gotcha.
Yeah, rather than that, you would instead have them continue their movement from screen left to screen right, and have them basically rolling in this way instead.
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Look at
So
those
like, whoa.
beanie feet.
And then you would settle into this position. Just erase that, because I have this here. And then we have this shot of them getting up and standing up, and it's so close. I think it's meant to be a different shot because the grid is different. But these two positions are so close to one another that you might as well just have it within the one shot and pan the camera up with them as they get up. I think because otherwise it doesn't feel there's much point in cutting because the positions are so similar.
Yeah.
So I would roll these two shots together. And as he's getting up, you can just pan the camera up to to follow with the face of the character.
If the next shot is involving the owlbear coming down on the orc character, you could kind of pull the camera back and have that orc be revealed as it would it truck back, dolly back.
So you would make this also part of the same shot and have the camera pull back to show the orc?
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, I think that's a nice idea. You would end up having to have the character actually kind of make their way over to it or leap over to it, but you could do that. If you wanted to tie these two shots together, you would need to be on the same kind of grid as well. So it feels like a lower angle might be better for this shot, because we're kind of looking up at the owlbear here. So,
which could be a good story point because it shows just how powerful the owlbear is. Like this is a point in the story where it's like it's been pushed over and now you've pissed it off. It's going to do a big old. It's going to discombobulate the orc.
Now.
Could roll the shot into previous shot and have cam pull back past orc to reveal orc. And if you did that, because this shot would be looking up at the owlbear, you would also be at a low angle here. So be tempted to push that perspective a little bit on the orc. Maybe have him like reacting slightly like, oh no, what? And then you'd have the owlbear kind of leaping in. Rawr.
Yo, Gilded PhD, thanks for the follow. One more follow and we'll have 1987, which is the year.
Oh, that's the year I was born.
Yeah, me too.
We're both 33.
Yeah.
We're old.
Yeah.
Like,
oh.
Again, it's kind of a matter of continuity. Like if we're seeing the owlbear here from this angle, looking at us, and there's no orc on screen, and then we cut to the next shot, which is very similar, and there's an orc in front of them, we kind of wonder where that orc came from and why they weren't in the previous shot. So you just want to be very aware of where all the characters are in relation to one another spatially, and pulling the camera past the orc to reveal them kind of answers that question of where they came from. They were just off cam in this shot, and then when we pull back, we see them. Then fight!
Fight.
Fight! Cut to point of view shot of the orc. And then is this a cut out or a zoom out? Takes out his cleavers. Yeah, I think it'd be good just to have maybe a zoom here instead of cutting. I mean, you could cut. I think we need to have the owlbear in there somewhere though, because they were so close together on this shot as they were fighting, and I'm assuming this is a point of view shot, which means the owlbear is still really close.
Would you say the general note on this sequence would be continuity?
Yeah, I think so. Continuity and character position. Like you basically just want each shot to hook up to the next one. If characters are very close together, having them suddenly spaced further apart in the next shot is a bit confusing.
Not gonna lie, when they pulled out the two weapons, for a split second, I thought they were two like massive brushes, and that this orc was just trying to give this owlbear a comb.
Well, we have this little movement here actually, which could imply that the orc is walking backwards. In which case, you could just have them like actually get smaller in frame as they walk, and then end up here. So they're like almost backing away from the owlbear. That could work.
Abimation says she was born in 95, and Vert's like, you're like 5 years old. Abimation.
We have someone who works for Powerhouse who's 18 years old.
Eek.
That means he was born in the 2000s. He was born the same time Powerhouse was founded.
My youngest brother was born in the year 2000. It's weird to think he's like 20 now.
Jesus. Ah, you whippersnappers. I remember. We used to animate on paper.
And then take photograph.
You didn't have no fancy enter button. You'd have to take it to a camera that faced down. You'd click it, and that was one frame. You'd be there for 3 days. Then you'd realize that you had the wrong sheet. You'd have to do it again. I don't know why I'm Don Knotts all of a sudden.
I like it. All feedback should be given like that.
I'll tell you right now, what you need to do is work on your continuity. Characters all over the place, can't tell what's going on. What are you doing? I shouldn't be doing this at 3 a.m. in the morning.
It's too late. You've done it. You've done it.
Woken up everybody in my apartment complex.
Nip it in the bud, they say.
They're all waking up at 3 a.m. being like, why the fuck is Don Knotts yelling in my apartment? I'm not Andy Griffith. What is this shit? Sorry, continue.
Oh, no worries, no worries. We have this reaction shot, which is cool. I think it could be on screen for a little bit longer than it is. Just so we can really see the character react. And then I feel like we've kind of flipped the 180 rule again here. Just because we've kind of established now that this owlbear has been thrown to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And then it comes in here, which makes me feel like the orc is still on the left and it's on the right. And then when we cut to this, we have the owlbear on the left and the orc on the right. So I think you might want to just maybe flip this scene to keep it feeling like they're in the same position. "180-degree rule."
Gotta obey it, man.
Flip this scene.
It's a Donatello knot. He's a turtle. No.
Oh.
Sorry, Donatello,
Draw
what?
that.
Hold on. Oh my god.
What is Donatello knots? I'm sorry?
Oh, the impression that Patrick was doing was Don Nuts. And
Donatello.
Donatello Nuts.
Yeah. This full name. You would still need this character to slide in from the left, though, because we've established that they are on the left with these two characters. And then again here we have like this character on the left and the orc on the right. And then their positions flip. So you probably just want to have like the start of the fight start with the character on the other side, and then maybe when he brings his sword up to block the two cleavers, he can get himself in that position where he is now on the right instead. Because again, the character hasn't lifted their cleavers here yet, so we can still hook this up by having them about to lift their cleavers here. So we can have this character come in.
Oh no!
With the sword.
Defend.
And I mean, technically his sword would be on the other side, but I think you might be able to get away with it. And then you could have the character like lift up their cleavers.
Ring-a-ding bling bling asks, is it weird to have a preference of where you want your characters to be on screen? Kind of like what side you prefer to play in a fighting game. Animated Moon says there are certain principles around character placement. In sort of Western media, progression is often shown as going from left to right. Like it's kind of like the way we read things is from left to right, including language. That differs in other cultures depending on like how those have been structured. But usually what you would have is protagonists go left and antagonists prevent them from go left, so they come from right face left. And if you have a shot progression, if the character is moving continually from left to right, it feels like they're heading towards their goal. But that's not universal, but it is understood depending on like who's boarding. So you may not necessarily see that in, say, maybe anime. I'm not sure if it's as present.
I don't know.
You see it in a lot of American platformers.
I'm just trying to think of like something
Michael?
like, yeah.
Are you familiar with Don Knotts?
I know the actor. I'm not sure everything he's been in, but I know of him.
Okay. I'm gonna be giving you a drawing.
Oh, okay.
Who's that?
Let me see. That's Donatello Knotts.
Wait. Donatello!
That's great.
Can you show it on... Well, I need to show it, wouldn't I?
You would need to show
Hold
it,
on.
yeah.
I don't know if you want to see this, India.
What have you done to Donatello?
Just a sad man.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, let me show. There you go, guys.
The eyes,
beautiful.
though.
I just can't get this darn drill to get working.
It's beautiful. Oh my word. There you go. Everybody's favourite turtle.
Oh man.
I kind of just want to get a bunch of old comedians now and just like put the mask on them and be like, you guys are the turtles now. Let's see how this plays out. So I was just making a note to maybe add a position in here to make that trip really apparent. That's happening. Because they're not in position to trip at the end of this scene, when you start the scene, get them in the position to trip first before you cut straight to that. So that again, the continuity feels like it's all hooking up. And then you get the trip. And is this going to be them falling? Just because there's only one drawing, it's kind of difficult to discern what the result of the trip has been. Because we've seen them start fighting, we've cut in, the trips happened, and then I'm assuming that this cutout will be showing us the result of that. Oh, I see. So they've tripped them, and they've spun around, and then they've sliced their cloak off. So I think you just need more drawings to describe this, basically. Just because the one drawing itself isn't completely clear, so just give it a few more so we can actually see like the swipe before it happens, and then the swipe happens, and then we see the cloak like detach. just little points like that, making sure that each beat is very clear in the fight. So yeah, basically make sure you have like a drawing a beat is normally kind of a good way to make sure you have everything you need in a scene. Just to make it super clear. So the beat here would be Orc spins around. Hero slashes with the sword. Orc's cloak is cut off.
We've got a new scruff up animation to look at, or you have to look at today, by the way. Kevin just put it.
There's a new Mystic Crystal, did you say? Cool.
New scruff up put in.
I saw one this morning. I think that he must have uploaded last night while I was in bed. Is it a new one? A whole new scruff up?
It might be a new one. When was it uploaded? It was uploaded at 12:30 a.m. today.
It must have been when I was.
So for me, that's within the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. Definitely keep an eye out for dropping frames. I think some of them might have dropped.
Okay. So then, hooking up this shot with the previous shot, I think you just want to make sure that we're very aware that this is the continuing piece of material kind of being flung off. So just having like the edge of the hero's sword there or something, you know, maybe the dude's arms and his, you know, holding his cleavers off to the side, so we can make the mental leap. You can see it kind of in context to its environment. Keep characters for context.
Yeah, you want to reserve those isolated things for like really specific moment that you're only showing something.
So long as we can like tell where it is in space.
Yeah.
And then a reaction shot. Sorry, Pat.
I just said that's I was on the microphone there when I said that.
No worries. And then we see this fall to the floor. And I don't think you need to cut here. Again, like the positions are so close here, this is just a pan up as far as I'm concerned. So I think you should handle it as a pan up rather than having one scene like this and then another scene just slightly higher up. We'll handle this next scene as a pan. Because we can focus on the cloak fall onto the floor and then just pan up to see the orc's reaction.
Darkbolt says, yeah, that's a pan.
Oh, it is a pan. Well then, in that case, I don't need to give you that note. In that case, you know it's a pan! I think I was confused because the grid changes between the two.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you keep that grid consistent so it's clear it's the same scene. And we also want to make sure that the hero's in here too. Unless he like jumps away or something on this scene after he's cut the cloak off.
Which you would also need to show.
Yeah. Like if you want him to jump away, you could totally have him like jump off screen after he's done that. If you don't have him jump off screen, you probably want to show that he's still here. With his sword. I still have my sword. Ah! Can't believe you totally destroyed that dude's cloak. So hook up where hero is. And then if you're going to cut to him here, I think it makes sense for you to still have this orc on screen. Unless this is like a reaction shot. But yeah, instead of having... Yeah, that would work, because you have then the orc presumably looking round over his shoulder at the hero. So if you have the orc here being like... Oh! My cloak! I can't believe you did that! And then at the end of the shot, you have him, like, turn around to look at the hero. Then it will hook up with this shot where we finish the turn and cut on the movement here to show him looking backwards over his shoulder at the dude. Again, just kind of keeping all the positions consistent between one another. Oh.
That's a great expression.
Oh shit!
God damn it!
My cabbages!
Yeah, and then just have him turn at the end of the shot. Or have orc start turn. At end of shot. And then resolve turn here. Yeah. Like, I think the one shot I'm not sure about is having this harpy character cut into their reaction, just because they're not really involved in the action overall. So unless it's very important to the story to kind of show that they are worried about the main character or something, it feels like it's kind of not needed to have their reaction cut in here, because they don't end up doing anything or realizing anything.
Yeah, I would agree.
That pays off later. You know, obviously, unless this is part of a larger sequence where it's important that that character is worried about one of the other characters and we're showing their development and relationship. My cabbages! Says Bubbles with a Z. But yeah, I like how ambitious this is. Be careful where you use those kind of half-pipe type grids. Make sure that when your characters are standing on like a flat ground, you're not necessarily using that to show a ground plane, just because then it can get confusing.
Yeah.
It can make the ground look like it's all curved and they're standing inside like half pipe or something. I think those kind of grids are great for showing when you're looking up into a sky or something, I think.
Yeah, where you have that 3-point perspective,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not with you don't have necessarily buildings, but you have organic shapes. It's a nice way to show that kind of tapering of forms up into the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
it feels more applicable to maybe you could do it for like spiral clouds or something above you or something like that, or foliage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you want to be careful about putting in a shot of her just to keep her involved, because if you're cutting to her, then you're setting up an expectation that she's going to then do something afterwards. That this reaction will lead to something. So actually in this case it might be better not to cut to her, because then the audience won't have an expectation that she's going to be involved in the fight or do something later. You're super welcome, Dark Bolt. Thank you so much for doing the challenge. I hope this is helpful. Like, great work. Oh, it's Steiny!
Oh, cool.
We have a Steiny scene.
I will preface this with Steiny did request that you don't need to feedback on the whole thing because it's 50 seconds long.
Oh my gosh,
So,
Steiny!
Yeah.
What? When Steiny does challenges, Steiny always does like the most intense, lengthy. I don't know how you find the time to do it, honestly, Steiny. Like, last time we had an animation challenge, it was like 18 seconds long or something. Like, how did you do this? Like...
Let's have a look.
So long. Okay, let's have a check out. We'll try and keep the feedback broad in that case, I guess.
Clean grid.
Yes. Have a look.
I do like that. Said, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Moving grid. Yeah.
It didn't work. Ooh. We're doing some crazy stuff here. God, they just keep amping it up, don't they?
Yes. Yeah, we'll watch it through one more
Nice.
time.
Whoa. I'm trying some crazy things here. Oh, I like the setup. We've set up that those bullets take a sec before they explode. Ooh, you did. Oh, what? Oh, it's a little nerdy guy. Whoa. Oh, okay, we're back at the beginning.
Yes, I'm playing it one more time through.
Harpoon thing.
When the double kicks coming down, would you call that like a stagger on the feet to have that kind of show of force, like that vibration, or that be something else?
Let me see. I need to find the shot that you're talking about.
This one coming. That.
This one.
Yeah.
It's more like a boil, honestly.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah. Alrighty. Did it finish playing for you, Pat, or is it still going?
It did. It finished playing for me. I saw it twice.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, this is awesome. I love how much stuff that you're doing here, Steiny. Like, some of these shots are really creative. One of the main things I think that would just help this is if you chose a different colour for each character. Just because the three main characters are quite similar in proportion, and when there's a lot of stuff overlapping and happening on screen, it would just make it a little bit clearer to have them kind of color coded so you can tell who's doing what. That'll make it super clear.
You have a lot of ambition in this. I like that there's like really fun dynamic shots. The motion hookup when he grabs the harpoon and starts swinging the guy, and it swings from one angle into another.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah.
There's like that one moving camera shot where like the ground starts moving. Like a lot of really crazy, ambitious shots in this.
Yes. Let's see. I'm going to try and stick it to just the scenes that I have like big notes on that I feel like we could really improve, just to just so that we're saving time and not going nitpicking through every single frame of this 50-second storyboard. So, for example, in this scene where we get to see this down shot of them, which is great, by the way, it's nice to kind of see a shot almost from the perspective of the robot where we're looking down on them. And we get the hand come in and grab this dude and take him off. I think you want to make sure that the character who's running away on the right-hand side, don't have him run away until after the dude's taken off screen. Just because those two movements happen at exactly the same time. And I can't read both at the same time, which makes it kind of difficult to focus on both the characters and figure out what's happening between both of them. So if you separate those out so he gets taken off screen and then that dude runs, then we'll get to register both. both things happening properly. So he would still be like, oh my god.
Pink a Pink Heart, thank you for the subscription. 3 months. Woo!
And then you can have him run off screen.
That means you
Thank you
get
so much for the subscription.
Yeah, that means you get some bacon on your sandwich.
Wow! Bacon! That's the good stuff. There we go. So you might have to make the scene a little bit longer, but in general, just wait until you've cleared the screen of that other dude and then have your other character run. Or have him run first. So long as the two motions are kind of separated a little bit. And then he just... this robot dude come in and just throw him into a wall. Poor dude.
He's fine.
Is he? Is he though?
He's just taking a nap in some blood.
Be careful of the scale of the room as well. Like the room feels much smaller here than it has in previous shots. And again, like in this next shot, it feels much bigger. This is fun. This camera wipe into this high angle shot is really fun. That's a really fun shot as well. I like this, having the character super close to the screen.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I kind of do almost feel like this shot is on so briefly that it maybe we should spend a little bit more time on it, or just go straight from this into the robot swinging around in this shot instead. But that would be up to you.
If you had the chain swinging, you could create anticipation where you can see it in the distance and then it goes off screen. So you have that moment of like, oh, uh-oh, and then you can have the character like react and then hit. Have a little bit more time to register the hit.
Yeah. It would be nice to be able to see where this thing is as well, to have established this giant gun earlier in the scene. So we kind of know where this character is.
There's kind of a comedic beat that they kind of keep amping it up, though.
Yes. It is. I like this zoom out. It's nice. Nice shot here of looking through the scope.
It might be good on something like this, if you can, to panel it out versus having the tween. Just so you can kind of play with that perspective.
Panel it out?
Yes, if you go back to where we first reveal the gun.
Right. Here we are.
No, further back.
Here?
Keep going. When we first see the big gun.
Where? Oh, did we see the big gun earlier?
No, I think
right
Patrick's
here.
just delayed.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh no. Oh no, I am delayed.
That's okay. Here we are.
It was like frame like 512, I think. Sorry, chat. Yes, okay, so like 512. Instead of like just tweening that out with the camera move, like to actually panel it out, to have some kind of keyframes in there.
Oh.
1, 2, 3 drawings to kind of really play with that perspective, because the foreshortening is going to decrease as we zoom out, and you can kind of play with that.
Yeah, this is a very Patrick thing, which is that Patrick loves doing these zoom shots where you really get to see the perspective change between the first frame and the last frame. There's a lot of it in...
It was like R and Night Runner.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in Night Runner. It's super cool.
Nobody noticed.
I mean, we all knew. We all noticed. It's super cool. So to just...
Steine's like, I thought about that, but I got a little lazy.
Yeah.
In the context of boarding out 50 seconds.
So you would...
I don't think it was laziness. I think it was the fact that you boarded 50 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't say that you're lazy and also have boarded 50 seconds. Like really playing with that perspective as it comes back. Like shortening the barrel as the nose of it gets closer to us, or further away from us, past his camera.
Not to bring up TMNT again, but there's a shot where Donnie has like his staff turns into a big gun, and
oh my gosh, that shot! This perspective on that shot is absolutely.
It does this.
It's bonkers.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. When you see the finished keyframe, it's ridiculous. You're like, that's too much perspective.
Is that in your AMV that you made, or is it?
No, it's not. Are you talking about the one in the purple game? Where
I think so. Yeah.
Floating in the chair.
Yeah. See if I can find it.
Okay, so let's see. Fires goes past. And then we can... I'm assuming it's going to be a pan. Because the robot's kind of in very similar positions all the way through. Because you could totally have this just the camera whip to follow the bullet rather than having to cut between each shot. And then have this explode on the same shot too. Yeah.
That we see the explosion happen there. I bet like an impact frame would go really well there.
Yes, agreed.
Everything must be impact frames.
And then the robot flying. And then we get him to start running and we rotate around him. Like, these dynamic camera moves are really fun. I very much like them. The one thing I would say is I feel like this position, this pose, implies to me that he's sliding this way. Because he's bracing his weight forward. While everything's still moving. Like, I'd expect almost to see, like, dust coming off here like this, but we know that he's actually sliding this way. So I don't know if it's worth just, like, altering that pose slightly to make that more clear. Like, you could have him probably go straight into the run and almost do, like, a stumble into the run. Since he's already sliding in the direction that he wants to be running.
Oh, that could be really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, since he comes in from top and is rolling towards bottom. Maybe just have this, change this into a stumble rather than a slide position, just because a slide position is associated to me with him sliding backwards.
Big thank you to the recent followers, Larry19, Dev Donut, and True Classic 267. Thanks for coming by. How you all doing?
Looking really good. I think I might need to turn in though.
Yeah, that's totally fair. What time is it for you right now?
It is 3:37 in the morning, and I do have to get up for a meeting.
Oh geez, what time is your meeting?
12, so I've got some time.
Okay.
Got about 8.5 hours right now, so that's just enough time.
Alrighty, Pat.
But thank you so much again for having me. I wish I could do these things longer and see everybody's beautiful animations. I do look at them afterwards. There's been some fantastic submissions. These are just... yeah, top of the line. Everybody all did amazing. Even if, like, you know, your stuff doesn't look like Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the first try, like, that's kind of that you're taking your first steps, and like that's really important because like that eventually you will get there if you just keep at it. And so I really appreciate everybody's ambition. Fantastic work, super impressed. Yeah, thank you for letting me look at them.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Patrick, and for helping us out with the reviews.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm glad I could add essential commentary like Donatello knots.
That stuff is important, man.
It is.
You got to have a sense of fun.
You do. You can't be an animator without a sense of fun. Well, okay. Milt Call's a bad example.
I'm sure he had
a sense of
tormenting
fun.
others.
He was just a grouch.
It was buried deep, deep down.
It's only in his animation.
That's where it comes out.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Michael and India, for having me. Everybody in the chat, y'all should drop some bits in these fine folks' pockets because they go out of their way to do these challenges, and I think it's a huge benefit to the animation community. So thank you guys so much.
Patrick, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thanks for helping us out with them too. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, off to Z's I go. Enjoy your animations.
Night, night, or good morning.
Night-o, Patrick.
Night.
Bubba-dum.
Ba-da-dum?
Bubba-dum. The sound of a Discord call ending.
Yeah, that probably comes through.
What, the sound of Discord call ending?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
I'm just drinking some tea.
That might be a system sound, and it's only the voice call that comes through.
Stanley said, actually, it didn't. There you are.
I'm an audio master.
There you go. Okay, let's continue. Robot is running towards turret. We got in to see the person inside the turret operating the turret. And they squeeze the button. I think you could clear the silhouette for that button. Just to make it super obvious.
You're right, my friend.
Like,
some bits you say. Rise off the by 5s.
Get the thumb. Over
Coffee
here
Doodles,
instead.
thank you for the bits.
Coffee, do you Elaine? No.
Elaine,
Thank you so much.
Look at that little heart dance.
There we are. And then when you hit the button, I think it'll just be a bit more obvious in silhouette. And then poof. It would almost be fun if the turret rocked back here a little bit when that fire happens, just to show like the force of it. Unless you want it to be like poof. That's my sound of a turret firing.
Vroom,
Boom, 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 boom.
vroom.
Meow. Bow, 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 bow. Like that.
Thank you. Cyber Sniper Wolf says, "Sup, I'm new here and enjoying your cool, informative streams, and your dancing bird is so cute."
Oh, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us. And then you would settle back into this afterwards if you wanted to show that it was firing with a lot of force. Then get this shot of the robot running towards us. I'm scared. It might be nice to show this bullet actually contacting the floor. So you could have like woo 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 woo. The sounds are strong today, guys. I'm feeling the Foley.
What with your...
You're right, my friend.
Woo, 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 woo.
The bits.
Folk.
The bits.
Oh, thank you, Cyber Sniper Wolf.
Whoa, wait! There's a raid. There's a raid train. There's a hype train.
Oh shit! You guys just triggered a hype train.
You guys have done it
Choo choo.
with yourselves, with your bad selves. Yeah. Oh no! I've drawn the wrong frame. Heathens. you know, have it like this. So we actually get to see it. And then the robot's like, oh shit. And he stops. What are you doing?
I'm being the hype train.
Nice.
Because you're talking about Foley.
This anticipation. I like the thought of him trying to start running away here. Like, if you want to add like a little bit more comedy,
You're right, my friend.
have him be like, oh,
Itty titty bits. Kurzak. That caught me off guard.
You're right, my
I
friend.
mean, excuse my anime shorthand
Oh no,
here.
these beds just fell out of my
I'm just trying to give
pocket
you an
everywhere.
impression of like
And
the
India-
kind of thing you could do.
they're going nuts.
You're right, my friend.
Oh!
Chaka choof choof.
Whoa! Oh my gosh, you guys, what the heck? I'm just looking in chat now. What the heck?
Yeah, they going nuts, so
You're
dude.
right, my friend.
Guys!
Beds.
Whoa! Ninja Girl Emily, thank you so much.
Whoa!
Thank you.
Bubbles with a Z, thank you for the subscription. Thank you guys so much.
You're right, my friend.
Kursek, thank you for the
Heck. I'll toss some in too.
thank you for the bits. Coffee Doodles, thank you for the bits. Rovan, thank you for the bits. Ninja Girl Emily, thank you for the bits. What's Chromel, you ask? Ah! Ah! We got a Chromel! Let me just... I have to take it off Stamps' leg. Hold on, Stamps. Just give me a sec.
Wait, I have a stamp.
Ah!
I have a stamp. One sec.
Okay, here we are. Cyber Sniper Wolf says, what's Chromel? Ah! Chromel is when we get our crow stamps to deliver mail for us. It ensures that whatever you want to be seen definitely gets seen and read.
Give me a second. Let's move this.
Elaine, thank you for subscribing at tier 3 to Buddy Bags Doig emote. Oh my gosh. Holy guacamole, level 4 hype train already. You guys, you're all bananas. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Steiny, I'm sorry that this feedback is so anime, but I'm just trying to give you the impression of like the robot panicking essentially. That's all. I know that this isn't your steez.
Elaine, no. I thought you said... Oh no.
What is it?
Elaine was saying that
You're
she
right, my
couldn't
friend.
keep up with tier 3, and I was like,
Tier
that
bits.
makes sense. It's cool. But now she's...
But thank you for the teeny bits. We appreciate them. Thank you so much. You guys.
You're right, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Bubbles with a Z. Thank you. You guys. Elaine, have a problem, Doig.
I will refund you.
The problem is that you are all like way too kind and awesome. Thank you guys so much for getting on the train with us.
We really appreciate your support. It really helps. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It means a lot. It's a big deal.
You're addicted to the stream emote. India did a good job on her little hype paw bird thing. Did you hear you apparently cracked someone up?
Yeah.
In their stream.
That's so cool. I think an impact frame here would really help. I'm really happy people liked that emote because it was difficult to make. Like, I recorded myself doing it. It was on the morning streams, and like you guys will remember, there was like I was very like, oh, I don't know if this is working. I don't know if I like this. Am I doing a good job? So seeing people enjoy using it is really rewarding and makes me really happy because it feels like the struggle was kind of worth it, you know?
Yeah, it's really clear and legible and fun.
Oh!
Like, I've seen people use it and then the streamer be like, oh, what's that? And then they'll look and they'll be like, wow.
Aw. Makes me happy.
Yeah, I will upload that Knife India emote today and test it. And see
Oh,
if we
really?
get it improved. Yeah.
Knife India is happening. It wasn't just a dream.
Our only slot that we have left is either stupidly high bit emote or tier 2. So I think I'll go for tier 2 with it.
Okay.
And then it can be applicable to whenever you are savage or menacing or threatening in any way.
It sounds like it'll be very useful. So yeah, I'd add a couple of impact frames here, just before the explosion happens. And then have the explosion just like super explode bigger. And if we are having something launch out of the explosion,
okay,
like make that super clear too, just so that maybe keep it on screen for a little bit longer with that launch happening. So it's very clear. Because I feel like that's going to be important for the next scene. Because here you kind of evolve without paying kind of dividends to that. Whereas if you have like the trail still kind of dissipating off screen from where something was shot, I think it'll be a little bit clearer. Make sure that you have
You're right, my friend.
that continuing.
really no.
And then we pan up.
Thank you, but no, stop.
And it's just in the air here, isn't it? Because when I first saw this, I thought it was embedded into the ceiling. Oh my goodness! You guys! Hinkapink, thank you so much for the gifted sub. What the heck-a-rooney, dude? Thank you so much for the generosity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, if what's coming out of this explosion here is the robot, then probably the angle of this is slightly off. If you want to show that the robot is being launched out, this feels like it's being launched towards camera, and then when we look up and they're kind of all the way up there, it doesn't really match up. So instead, oh my gosh, I've done so much weird stuff with these notes that it's difficult for me to find the right drawing now. This is the right drawing. Okay, but you probably want to send it more just like straight up like this.
All right. Okay.
Patchouli! Wop, 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 wop. There we go, right off screen. And then when you whip up, you can even show like a little bit of that trail of smoke still like trailing after him. Robot on fire. Which will be fun. And I think that will also make it very clear that they're not embedded into the ceiling. Because we'll be able to see like the arc of where they're going.
Stop.
Are you watching my AMV?
No, I'm getting the link for it.
Wait, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Why?
I was preparing the link for it for later. For after.
Oh. Ah! Ah! We got a crow mail. Let me take that from you, stamps.
You're right, my friend.
Protoman says, I hope everyone is holding up in these trying times, along with doing their part to make sure you keep happy and productive. Also, go and watch a fun movie and eat something tasty. Good advice. Thank you, Protoman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ah! That's some good
bro,
advice.
thank you so much for the bits, my dude. How are
Thank
you doing
you.
these days?
How you doing, pal? Pal is such a fun word. I love this shot, Steiny. This is super fun. I love how much stuff you're trying in this board.
It's
Really
really
awesome.
inspiring.
Yeah. When it comes to stuff like shadows, you might find it easier to use a bigger brush with a bit less grain underneath everything. Just to make it super clear. And also, I think with the shadow, have it even bigger than you have it here. Because the size of the robot in comparison to this little dude, you know, have the shadow like really completely surrounding this little dude. Very much enjoying the shot choice here. Storyteller. And then we could do this side shot, which is a continuation of the shadow.
Oh, they got crushed.
Yeah, I do feel like this pose on the robot, it makes me feel like the robot's gone into some kind of hole on the side of the tank because it gets crushed so much. So I'd be careful about that. Also, I think the reveal of this little dude here, it would be better to reveal it more in the center of the screen. So I think a good solution for that would just be not to crush the robot so much. And then you have an excuse to have him in the center of the screen. So maybe use this as an extreme frame and then bounce back to this.
Sorry, just that yeah, nice.
I don't know what he'd be doing because he like sat down. I don't know.
Oh.
but you know, you do with the lower body what you want to do with the lower body.
I thought you were gonna put him into like a really wide squat stance.
He's on the chair that he's just landed on.
Oh, I see.
The chair's all crushed underneath him, along with the person.
Per person. I don't want to hear the Foley for that attack.
And then you can have the head being taken off around here instead. Like, I'd move my robot a little bit lower. Maybe I made him too high in frame. But you can have
You're right, my friend.
You can have the reveal of the
Working
face
towards
come up
that
here
next emote.
Oh, thanks, Josie.
instead. I think that'll mean we're not like craning our eyes down to the very bottom of the frame in order to see that. Then I guess you could have him just shrug from inside the robot, or like just swing his legs over. So you could have him sitting on the robot instead. So we get this kind of. I'm sorry that I'm butchering your character here with my shorthand.
Nice.
Oh, so he does punch a hole in the gun. Gotcha. I think that was just unclear. Because there's no reveal of the hole itself. It's just him concertinaed.
Yeah.
So if you want to have him punch a hole, you can totally do that. Maybe just move the camera down with him instead then. So that he's not so low on the frame. If you want to have him punch a hole, then I'd say make it really clear, like here, that he's like.
I saw a Pegbarian's amazing animation analysis in 1 minute video, and they're analyzing what made a guy's head hitting the floor so impactful. And one of the pieces of information that he showed was that not only did they have the head coming in, but they had a cast shadow for where the head was going to land. So for a couple of more frames, you got that anticipation that the head was going to land where it does. But it meant that the head coming down could be like one frame and be really fast.
Yeah.
And I think there's a good opportunity here to show a cast shadow of the robot before it comes into frame, so that we register what's going to happen, and then you can have
There is.
Cool.
Okay. There is. Like.
Is that what that shadow is from before? I might not have been paying attention.
Yeah, like we show the shadow coming in here.
Oh man. Okay.
And then we
awesome.
cut, and the shadow's still on the character. So we know that the robot's incoming.
Okay. Awesome.
And then I think having this this be really clear that it's making a hole. Just make sure that you show like the edges of the hole, show little bits of debris spraying out, and have like that impact really clearly like dent into the gun.
Thanks for letting me say what I was saying without being like clearly there. I'm sorry I missed that.
Oh, it's okay. I just didn't know what you were. I didn't know you were gonna say that.
I was like a little bit distracted, but I tuned back in when you were talking about the the brush use, but I didn't register it as a shadow. I registered it as like they might have burned or something. So I do apologize.
So I'd pan the shot down a little bit, just so that you are the robot is not so close to the bottom of the screen there. Like I just have him like maybe there instead. And then you can keep this the way it was without him needing to be moved up too much in shot.
Make your little additional curly whirl.
My additional curly whirl.
Mm.
And then with him standing on top of the robot, it would just be a little bit higher in frame now. So just this instead. The robot will be a little bit higher in frame. The robot will be like maybe here. There you goes. Yeah, awesome job, Steiny. Really liking this. I think just look for clarity of posing and drawing, and color coding will really help. Keep an eye on the size of the room. I really like the creative shot choices. That's really fun. A few of these could do with a few more drawings to help them read, but like you don't have to go bonkers with it. Just a couple. Adding like nice little things like impact frames here to show that the thing is firing and stuff. Be really nice. Maybe look at how other people handle that as well. So you can hear the characters on the left of the gun. And then they're inside it, so it's fine. Yeah, I was thinking it might be a continuity error, but there's not. Yeah, sorry, the right of the gun is what I meant. And they're still on the right of the gun, so it's all good. Nice job! Hey, here you are. Save me from myself. Yeah, boy! It's time! Great job, Steiny! Like, difficult to do a scene with 3 characters as well. I think it's all the more important to color code them.
Who do we have up next?
Do you have a handle for this person?
Let me see.
This check doesn't fade on. It doesn't fade on, I don't think. Save me from myself!
So this is, I think this is Drev Barnes.
Okay. So what's their handle? Myself!
I think it might be Kubeba Studios. From what I remember. I think they give their Instagram. Let me just check.
Okay.
Instagram. Cool.
Meh! Hey Buffy.
Studio.
How's it going?
No, that's not right. Kubeba Studio?
Wow, she's got fur all over my tablet pen. I tried to stroke with my tablet pen and my tablet pen's come back incredibly hairy.
Oh no. Yeah, so let me just check.
Together, so it's over.
Yeah, so it's KUB EBA _ studio. And that's on Instagram.
Okay.
Maybe just draw a little square with a circle in it.
There we go. Alright, let's have a look. Whoop. Dodgeball.
Nice.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, let's have a look through. Like, nice posing on the characters. I like that the characters are very easy to differentiate from one another as well. Like, shape-wise. I'm just going to step through and look at each frame, each scene individually.
Cool, okay.
Each shot individually, so I can make sure that I'm tracking what happens.
So we've got 2 characters established, screen left, screen right, and then they cross. Hey, Afro. I think one thing that I'm noticing is that at no point are we shown kind of who they're dodging, which isn't super important, but sometimes I had a feeling of like, are they about to play one another? So
yeah, I have to say I'm a little bit unclear on what's happening narratively here. Because at the beginning I thought these 2 characters were kind of fighting one another, but this shot, this shot here, are those 2 figures of them maybe zoomed out?
no, because this comes towards. Oh, I don't know.
I think this might be a zoom out, and then we're following the ball.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who they're throwing this ball at. If it is them.
How does it end? Does it go towards something and then it just cuts?
Yeah. I'm also unsure if this ball is traveling towards these 2 characters or away from these 2 characters.
Yeah.
I think generally, like, there's not a lot of clarity in like the relation between the scenes and the character positions and what the kind of general setup is. So I like this first shot where we get to just see our characters and we get to see that they have these balls and everything. And then they both anticipate and run off towards the camera.
I think
and crossover.
Cutting from that character to the next character is confusing.
Yeah, especially because they're in a very similar position.
Yeah.
And especially because we've last seen this character running in this direction, facing that way. And now they're facing this way.
Yeah.
Instead, and I never saw them turn around. So I think you either need to show them like starting to turn as they go off screen in this shot, or you need a shot where they turn around. You could have it here if you cut to this character like maybe looking behind them as they run or something. And then they like turn around as they're going.
Night-o, Steiny.
Night-night, Steiny. Yeah, because they've run off screen in that direction and they're running forward, to suddenly cut to them facing the other direction is a bit confusing. Like, I'm not sure if they've turned around or if you've just broken the 180 rule.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still going in the same direction, but we're now on a completely different side of the screen. So I think having them running the same direction they were and then showing the turn, if this is indeed a turn,
What's the next shot?
be helpful. Hold up.
Duck, okay.
And then we get them ducking, which makes sense. I think you want to show these balls actually going off screen as well. You might need more than one drawing here to convey. And I'm assuming the other character is throwing these balls at them because they're looking back to where they've come from. At least compositionally, that's the story that you're telling.
Yeah, so
By having them facing the opposite direction, you're saying they're looking back to where they started. So I'm assuming that since the only characters we saw there were those two, that this is the other character throwing these balls at them.
yeah.
But yeah, make sure that you show that ball actually like going off screen. So, because otherwise it's almost like it could be stretchy, like superpower arms coming in and going back off.
True, yeah.
And then I like that you have things coming foreground and background. That's fun.
I think in each of these, so they run towards camera, and then they're running. If we cut to the next one, they were running to the right from in relation to the first shot. So I think if that were true, you would probably see the second, like the other character in this shot, because he ran pretty much behind where this character is now. So I think if you had that and had...
It shouldn't have run behind where the character is now. If he ran off screen in that direction from left to right, then he would be behind camera here.
He wouldn't be behind camera here.
Yeah, he would.
No, because he ran to the right.
Yeah, so he'd be behind camera.
But,
like, hold on, I'm confused. So...
let's do a top-down.
Yeah, we have a shot where...
Can you use two different colors for them?
Yes, we have a shot where we have this dude here.
That blue is who's on screen just now, yeah?
No, just let me do it first, and then we'll do it, okay? And then they run in this direction.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then the next shot, we see this character turning round and dodging balls. The camera is here. So this character could be anywhere over here.
We don't see him turn around though.
Well, that's why I'm saying you should make sure that you show him turning around, because otherwise this shot doesn't make any sense. Like, those are my notes on this shot, is to show that he's turning round.
Right.
Because otherwise... his position doesn't hook up, and it doesn't really make any sense as to where we are in the scene.
I agree. I think what was meant to be implied by this is that both characters are sort of like staged flat on, which makes me think that they are facing their would-be attackers. Which means when you cut to the second shot, he's still facing his would-be attackers. I think when they do the crisscross run...
You mean they've broken the 180 rule, you mean...
I think they're doing this instead of doing like this.
Hold on, Mike's gesturing with his hands. Can you describe it so that people will understand on the stream?
I think they're running in a zigzag towards, like they're kind of zigzagging towards...
Yeah, but they're still running in one consistent direction, aren't they?
They are in what's shown, but I think...
Because if you're saying they're running in a consistent direction, and this character is running towards the left, towards camera, and then we cut to this, then the only explanation for him continuing to run forward here is for us to have done a complete 180 flip.
Not a 180 flip, it's the cameras went from facing...
Well, the camera would have to be here.
Yes, I think that's what it is.
Which
is why
is
I'm saying the blue character should be on screen. So they're running forward, but at diagonals.
I don't think that makes any sense. Like, you wouldn't want to break the 180 rule like that.
No, you wouldn't.
By switching around to the other side of the character.
I think this is another case of like, this is how I think they are this is what they mean, but not what they're showing.
Okay, but in order to make this shot read, this character needs to hook up.
I agree.
Somehow, which means you can't have them facing the opposite direction without either showing the change in direction.
What I would do to change this for it to make sense is to have that that character that's on screen just now, move him to the left, and in the depth have the other character further away to the screen right.
That still won't make any sense because of the way the character is facing. The character is facing back to where they came from.
I don't think they are.
No, I mean, like, I don't mean that's what they're meant to be doing. I mean, that's what they're doing in the drawing. Is the previous scene has literally had them facing this way. In terms of the drawing, they've literally been facing this way, and now they're facing the opposite direction.
But if they ran at a diagonal, so they're here, and this character ran at a diagonal like this, then they would still be facing that way, off the camera's here. They haven't turned around to where they were facing. The camera is just shifted.
No, but
to 90
what I'm
degrees
saying
per
is you
pan.
can't shift the camera like that without it creating the impression that they have turned around.
I agree with what you're saying. That's why I'm saying that they have broken the 180 rule.
Yeah,
with
but
this
I'm
shot.
saying, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not interested in maintaining this composition because it is confusing for the viewer. Like, if we're trying to give notes to like try and amp this up and like correct it and make it readable, then we're unable to have this character facing to the right because it's too confusing.
Okay.
Like, we could keep this shot in, but in that case we're not amping up the boards because we're maintaining what's confusing about it.
Okay.
Like, the confusing thing in this scene is the fact that the character is facing to the right.
Yeah.
So we need to find a way to resolve that within the story. And if we're gonna flip the camera 180, then we can't, like, we're not correcting the thing that is the issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, but I think what we should be correcting for is what their intention for the scene is.
Okay, so what do you think their intention for the scene is? Let me see if I can figure this out.
Two characters running towards us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Ollie's like, did I enter an argument? No.
Oh no,
just
you
a
didn't.
creative
We're trying
debate.
to figure it out. This is a problem-solving discussion.
So behind the camera is where the source of these dodgeballs that are thrown are.
Okay, what do you mean by behind the camera? In which shot?
In the first shot where we're looking at now.
Okay.
Behind us is who they're facing.
Okay.
So if they're on a court,
Okay.
behind the camera right now is the other side of the court.
Okay, I'm with you. So
In the next shot, we are on the left side of the court, looking towards the opposition on the right side of the court. And I think the intention is that that's where the source of these dodgeballs are coming from.
okay.
I think having... I haven't seen what the next shot is, so I'd be interested in seeing that.
Right. So then what do you want me to do with the next shot? Like, what do you want this shot to say?
What I would potentially have is you would need to show this second character in the behind him because he's ran across to the right hand side.
I mean, we can't show that without flipping the camera 180. So what is it you want to show in this shot?
I guess in this shot it's anticipating that they're going to get things thrown at them.
You know, because you could have a shot like this where we're like behind the character and he's looking and the dodgeballs are coming at them, and then you could potentially have the other character on here if we're like behind the shoulders.
Yeah, you could still have him facing to the right. I would just place the second character in front of him on the right.
We can't have him facing to the right because he's just entered the screen. He's just exited the screen left, running to the left. So we can't have him facing right.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you is we can't cut from the character running off screen left, facing screen left to him facing right.
Okay.
Without it being confusing. So like, how do you want me to show this shot in a way that doesn't break the 180 rule?
Okay, you do as you would do that wouldn't break the 180 rule. So you would have the
So I would have
people come in from the left to the right.
I would just flip this shot.
Okay.
If you didn't want to break the 180 rule.
Cool.
So let me erase my notes. If he's not running and then turning around to back where they came from, then
It makes no sense to me that they're turning back to where they came from because they haven't established that their opposition is behind them.
yeah, exactly, which is why it's strange that he's now facing back to where they came from.
Yeah.
Which is why if you want to show that he's not facing back to where they came from, if you want him to be looking forward,
You
you need to flip this scene
Yeah.
so that you have this instead. Doop, 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 doop. Whoops. I accidentally pulled this all the way over there. So you essentially just want this instead. You just want to literally just flip your scene. Like that.
Yeah.
And then when he runs off, you're keeping that consistent, that position consistent.
Yeah.
And then you would have, obviously, the balls come from this direction instead.
Yeah.
So, or it's less breaking 180 rule and more like character position doesn't hook up, or character momentum.
Yeah, the reason I was suggesting that you have the this character move to the left and the other character further stage right is so that they hook up between the, let's call them A and B. So this guy is A.
Okay, hold on.
You're showing B.
Oh, hold on 1 sec. Just give me 1 sec.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So you've got B running to the right-hand side. If you had the camera go perpendicular to what's just happened, you could have character B be where they were in the previous shot, and A be to the left in the foreground, and B be in the background.
You can't have B in the background with this shot, because if he was in the background, he would have switched sides. Like, if he's here in the background...
Yeah.
Then he's just run off screen this way, so it makes no sense.
This is if you didn't flip the shot. This was like if you just kept the shot as
okay.
was. Like that's why.
But we have to flip the shot because otherwise it doesn't make. Otherwise it will create the impression that this character has turned around back to where they came from.
Even if the hookup was, even if the hookup was B was running to the right and B is still running to the right in this shot.
Yeah, because B would be running this direction.
Yep.
And then you would have them running that direction.
What direction?
Well,
you would still have them running to the right.
You'd have them running this direction. Which doesn't make any sense having them go off screen that direction. Like, you're still going to feel like this character is turned around. I mean, what you could do is you could put them in the foreground here if you wanted.
But he wouldn't... well, yeah, if
yeah, he would be in the foreground here.
If you've got the flipped example, he would be in the foreground, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, yeah, that worked.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with this shot is the fact that the character is facing the other way. So if you want to maintain the character facing in that direction, then we're not fixing anything. The problem's still there.
So what do the next shots go like?
Okay. Well, 1 sec. Let me give the notes again that I gave on the previous iteration. So now those notes are no more.
It's really interesting that I don't see this.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that your brain can do the somersaults to be like, this is fine.
Yeah.
Then we have them dodging, which is cool. I like this. Make sure that you're keeping you're making sure that the balls are going properly off screen. That's where this one will be coming in. And then it would go off like that. Just to make sure that we're showing that they're going past them. And then I'm not sure where this one's coming from. Is this coming from the foreground? Or is this the character being passed a ball by his friend?
It's him jumping back.
Yeah, so I think he's dodging it again. It's just maybe drawn differently to the others. Maybe it's meant to be like slow motion.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and then it goes off that way. That makes sense. I get you. Slow-mo.
Cool.
Slow-mo. And then balls roll in from... He's facing towards them, and then balls roll in from behind him. Presumably, right? Because if they're
bounced off the back wall and rolled in, I guess.
Okay, because if they're dodging them being thrown at them this way, then these are rolling from behind him.
Yeah.
You know, except we'd have the shot flipped. And then it's like a hookup where we get to see it roll back towards the beginning again, which implies he is facing backwards.
Unless this is the back of that character, but I don't know.
But this is the other
It's
character.
Not, yeah.
Like this is B.
This is B. Oh, I don't. Maybe they're Maybe they're fighting each other.
Maybe they are fighting each other.
Yeah.
It's strange to have B back in this position now because we've already established that B has run off from this position at the beginning. So I'm not sure which wall we're facing here with B, whether we're off to the side or whether we're back at the beginning again.
Yeah. The hookup there is definitely implied that ball
is rolling towards him, right?
Towards him, so
he did turn around. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo my. I have to go back and redo it again.
He did turn around.
Oh no!
Ah!
But this is the importance. I think this is a good illustration, though, of like how important that 180 rule is, and how important boarding is. Because if you don't manage to convey the character positions to one another clearly enough, then like this is how confusing it can be to read. Because I want to emphasize, like, I like this scenario and setup, and I think the drawings are really beautiful. Like, I think you've done a cool job. I just think the relationship between the shots doesn't necessarily make sense or hook up, which makes it very confusing.
I think what's the issue here is we don't have any establishing shots that show both characters in relation to one another.
We have one at the beginning.
After that.
But the thing is, as soon as the beginning shot is done, the second shot breaks that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is like...
Yeah.
If we hook it up to this character running, and then they turn around. Like, this is a good example of like why boarding is hard and important.
Yo, thanks for the raid, Six Media. Yeah,
hey, thank you, Six Media.
You were right. He did turn around, but it wasn't clear. I was completely wrong.
That's okay. Like, the reason you were wrong is because it was slightly unclear, like, as to what's happening.
Yeah, Pat did mention the importance of re-establishing shots.
Yeah, it's true. We could definitely do with a few here, I think.
This is like a cool puzzle to like figure out if like the drawings are solid, the action is clear, but the continuity...
Yeah, the continuity is the problem. Here. So, show the character turning around so that that's clear. Don't have that happen off screen because otherwise it's very confusing. So if you have him actually turn around.
Oh yeah, you definitely have to admit when you're wrong. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, or you never learn. Speaking as someone who is wrong often, and has to admit that they're wrong often, yeah. Have character turn around on screen to avoid confusion. And then that should fix it.
Yeah, in a debate, or not an argument so much, but a discussion like this, the aim isn't to win, it's to find the truth of it.
Oh yeah, well,
right.
I don't think this is an argument. I mean,
no.
You might think it is, I don't know.
No.
But to me, it's more like we are trying to figure this out together, and we both have different opinions on what it could be. It is like solving a puzzle together. Like, to me, if this other character is the one throwing balls at him, which I have to assume he is, because he's the only other character we've established as being over there.
Yeah.
Then rather than have him run off screen, even though it's cool to have them both cross over.
This setup is like they're a team and they're doing a team maneuver. So the next shot completely contradicts that in that it's like now they're facing one another. They should be facing each other maybe in this first shot to be like, you know, okay. Or something.
I was just going to say, like, instead of having them cross over, even though that's like, really cool and these drawings are beautiful, by the way, I would have just A run off and keep B where they are and have them, like, maybe ready their action.
Maybe it's...
So they're like, all right.
What if...
I'm getting... Hold on, just let me finish. I'm getting ready to throw this ball at you now.
Here's an idea.
Can I just let me finish just for 1 sec?
Okay.
If you ready this action of him like anticipating with the ball about to throw it, then you're hooking it up to the balls coming in on this shot. And it's very clear they're from him. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
So imagine they're both standing on the side of a court and they're asked to run onto the court. I think that's what's happened. It's like they're both at the side of the court and then it's like, okay, take your positions, and they both run into position.
Mm-hmm.
And then you cut this guy and he's starting to throw the balls. That is the space.
Okay, in which case you'd need an establishing shot.
You would need to show that they've reached where they were going.
This is B, isn't it, that I'm thinking of? Yeah. Okay, cool. So keep B where they are and anticipate throw.
Yeah. That's an economic way to do it.
Yeah. This is reusing the shots that you already have and just adjusting them to make sense. Or you could do what Mike suggests and have an establishing shot instead. So they run onto the court and you get to see one of them run to this side and stop, and the other one run to that side and turn around, and then you set up the next shot for where that character is facing the other direction. So if you have him facing that way and this character facing this way and have them like running onto the court like that, then you're showing the character turn around in that shot instead, and you can cut straight in where you had it originally. And then establishing shot of them getting onto court. There we go.
Cool.
Okay. So in that case, you wouldn't need him to turn around here. You could just cut into this. But either way, he's dodging the balls. He's dodging the balls. They're bouncing off the wall and rolling back towards the other character.
Okay.
And then this character whips up into frame. This is a really cool pose, by the way. Love this pose. But I'm unsure as to why he's throwing it toward the camera. Because as far as we're concerned in this setup, there's no one over there, just the back wall that the ball's just bounced off. So unless he's just throwing the ball at the back wall,
Does it go into maybe a spin?
It doesn't. It wipes the camera, and then we're on the ball, presumably as it travels away from them. Because these two characters are the only characters that have been established, so I can only assume they're the same ones.
Okay.
So I'm unsure as to why this ball is being thrown, because I thought that these characters are facing off against one another. If they're facing another team, I think you need to establish that team. So we know they exist, which would require another establishing shot. But yeah, it's difficult to know why he's throwing it in this direction if they're versing one another. And also, because the ball's rolled past here, it does imply to me that the back wall is somewhat close to him.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why he'd turn his back on people that are throwing balls at him.
Yeah.
If the other team are in that direction. Plus the balls that were being thrown at him were coming from the right.
Which would be that? It would be his...
Yeah.
The other... It would be B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm unsure as to why he's throwing it in that direction. To me, it would make more sense for him to be throwing this at his opponent. And I think it's a little bit difficult to interpret here if it's going towards or away from them. I think that just needs one more drawing in it, basically, to show either those characters getting closer or those characters getting further away. And that one extra drawing will give us the information we need to know if it's going towards them or away from them. I'm going to assume that it's going away from them.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what it's going towards.
Yeah, I think it's going away from those in the distance because you've got those shockwaves to the right.
Mm-hmm. So I think you just want to watch for clarity and continuity here, because it's a little bit difficult to interpret what's happening, what the story is. I really like the action, I really like the poses, but the storytelling itself, I'm finding it difficult to interpret. I don't feel like I can give much more feedback just on this end bit because I'm not sure what the aim is. So I don't want to give you feedback that goes against what it is that you're going for. I don't want to say you could have him turn around and lunge this at the other character instead if that's not what you want to be happening in this scenario.
Yeah. I think it would be... Okay. You know what? I asked people for notes. I'm gonna go look at what they said.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, Electric Mouse has a good point too, which is these characters start off and they have balls.
Oh yeah, they do.
B has one dodgeball, A has two dodgeballs, but then in the next shot, A doesn't have any.
Right. Maybe they're fighting shadow clones or something.
I mean, it would be very unusual for the characters to have the exact same design as the people that they're facing.
So Trev Barnes said that they struggled with finishing it.
That's fair enough. I'd say just continuity is a big thing here. Watch the continuity. Character A has two balls here. Make sure they have them in the next shot. Characters that exit screen left, make sure that they are entering, moving in the same direction. I'm going to advise in my notes, just in case Drev only looks at these notes, that they watch the VOD. Just because I think a lot of the notes here are going to be kind of difficult to interpret without hearing our reaction to them.
Yeah.
So,
gotcha.
Check VOD. Check VOD for full thoughts. Just because it's kind of difficult to explain this stuff. I'd have to write all over the screen entirely.
What's the difference between handball and dodgeball?
Yeah. What is the difference?
I assume handball involves trying to get it into a goal, maybe? In which case, I'm not sure why he's dodging.
I don't know what handball is at all.
Yeah, okay. It's football, but with hands.
Oh, so it is like a goal.
Isn't that just rugby?
Do they have multiple balls in handball?
Imagine they did. That would be really... Oh, wow. Okay.
Aw, thank you, Josie.
It looks really fun to play.
Only one ball in handball. This has got to be dodgeball then, right? Because I have 3 balls at the beginning. Rugby is outside. It's the only difference. We all have a different concept of handball. What is handball? No one knows. But yeah, I hope this has been helpful. Like, at least if we didn't manage to give you helpful notes on how to, like, get the scene amped up to the next level, at least hopefully you got some useful pointers on, like, how to make it easier to interpret.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love to see another version of this if you wanted to do one. And test it on us to see if we can interpret the story better.
Yeah, without telling us what you were implying.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, next one.
All right. Pencil puncher. Why? We got a boy fighting an ogre. Let's do it.
Yeah, yo.
Ow! Oh, jeez. Poor. Why do I feel so bad for the ogre? I shouldn't.
Cool. Continuity-wise, everything's hooking up.
Yeah. Feeling good. Feeling good!
A nice emphasis on the jab into the hand by like zooming in.
Yeah, but everyone sees a butt. But. It's a good butt. Yeah. Alright. Now we've all finished staring at this boy's butt. Or have we? Let's have a look at this. Yeah, looking good. Thank you for popping that grid in there. I wouldn't mind a bit of a ceiling grid as well. Just to like...
Yeah.
Just when you only have one grid plane. I think it's more dynamic to have 2 and it helps you get the angle on the characters that you're looking at. Like, it reminds you that characters are going to be... You're kind of looking at them from a low angle at certain points. It reminds me of the things that I forget when I bored. It reminds me of the things that I forget when I bored. Sorry.
It's great.
From my musical. About boarding.
Is it your boarding school musical?
Yes. It's called All Aboard. Sorry for the rubbish grid, but you get the point.
When I was in training, all aboard.
You want me to continue this?
I don't know.
Sorry, I was doing notes.
Cool.
Add indication of ceiling grid. That will help you know where things is. You know, even if it's just sky up there, still good to know what angle the sky's at.
I mean, it's still a perspective grid is important for placing clouds because clouds are 3D forms. They're not just 2D shapes on a plane.
Rah, boof.
They're big old cubes in the sky.
Cam shake. Why not? It's fun. I can tell you have a camera because you're moving it, so you can do a cam shake. I would say the way the character slides off here, I feel like it doesn't quite hook up to the perspective grid because it feels like they're just sliding downwards. They're not actually getting any bigger as they come towards the camera.
Oh, scale, yeah.
So in order to hook up to this shot properly, where you are scaling them, which is good, I think you need to have them actually like scale towards the camera. I'm going to use a different colour because this is very hard to read against the blue.
You put your transparent thing on.
What a good idea. Forgot that I had that. I keep forgetting I have it.
You really do keep forgetting you have it.
Like, have them slide towards cam instead. Don't forget that the character's coming towards you in space, so towards you in space, yeah.
Towards you in space, yeah.
Scale up character as they slide. Slide towards us. In space. He's a dandy guy. In space. Space Dandy is a great anime. And then we cut to this, which is a nice shot. I enjoy this. I think you could push this ogre.
Up.
Have him really oh.
I saw it, but you made the noise that meant you saw it too. You fucking shorthand.
Look, leave me alone.
No.
Look, he's fine. He's an angry ogre, okay? And then he's rushing towards us. And he's still a little bit away here, so I think maybe cut this when he's here. Cut scene here. Instead of closer. To hook up to how far he is away in the next shot.
Yeah.
Lose this frame. And then we're on to this. And let's see. Yeah, I think we're good to have him in the middle. I mean, you could move the camera a little bit more and actually have this boyo staged slightly more in this direction. Which I think might be nice. Just because when you leave that space to the left side, you imply that something is going to happen from that left side. So it's just satisfying when that does happen. And then you would have to move the camera more when the blue character kind of smacks him and flips over.
And that way you've got more momentum from one scene to the next.
Yeah. And in terms of drawings here, I think just rather than stretching him the whole way, have this kind of peter off into speed lines. It'll just make it feel faster, you know?
Take care, H. Robin.
Rather than stretchier.
Everyone still following along? Still making sense?
He gets smacked. And then he rolls over here toward the camera.
Ooh.
And watch the foot placement here of your beast. Because he suddenly pings forward. So, you know, you might want to instead have him maybe just his torso slings forward and he catches himself on his big old fists. Like these. But you might want to keep his legs back there. So it's ah! Little bastard! How could you?
He has become couch. Which arm does he attack with?
We'll see. But this cut here, I don't think you need this cut. Because the positions of the characters are so similar that it's going to feel very strange to suddenly cut to this. Because it feels more like just a shift in perspective than it does a new scene.
So would you have the previous one go from side on to hook up? Because the cut is more dynamic, you have to admit.
Yeah, I prefer the viewpoint of the cut.
Yeah.
You could cut here when he smacks him and then have it resolve in this scene.
Yeah.
Or you could just adjust the perspective in this scene to make it slightly more like this and then just roll these both into one scene where we end up looking up at him instead.
Yeah.
Or you could cut this into a completely different scene and just make them more different from one another. The choice is yours. Whether you want to roll these two scenes together and make them more similar in one shot, whether you want to make this scene more different and a completely different shot, or if you want to just cut when he hits here and resolve the action in this shot instead.
I would be tempted. If you go to the shot before this one and then the one before that, he's coming at him like that. I would be tempted to pull out from this one and come down and just have this attack be in one motion. So that he's coming towards him, and then he strikes, and then we move back into the position of this hookup shot.
Yeah, you could roll these two shots together.
Yeah.
Either way, I think I'd suggest pushing the perspective here slightly more as well. Like, just really get that boy coming toward camera.
Divan is like, I wish Clip Studio Paint had camera effect. Holy crap, it does. I didn't think about Googling it, but I just did. How have I missed this all my life? Why did I never Google? I just assumed.
The more you know!
CSP has an animatable camera. Whoopah.
Whoopah! Push pose. Pose pushers.
Pose puncher.
Yeah.
Never assume, always search engine.
And then you can have, rather than have his shield out in front of him already, because that kind of confuses the read on his silhouette a little bit from this angle, have his shield be here first, and then have him like whip it up into this pose.
Yeah, thank you for coming by again, Bubbles with a Z. Thank you. You go rest up.
Ready? Have him whip it round. Shield!
You just call you Bubbles for short. Okay, Bubbles it is.
You know, and then you get like a nice sense of tension too, 'cause it's like, oh, just in time.
Dunk.
You whip that shield around just in time. And he's smacking him. It's good. I like it. And then we're cutting into like slightly above him from the same angle.
Mm-hmm.
Works for me. I feel like it could be staged slightly clearer. Honestly. Like, I wonder if it would be better to go for a composition on the other side. I think it would give you more information.
I want a compilation of just all of your different sounds. So where are we going with this one?
I'm thinking Loosh, I'm thinking Dip, I'm thinking Boba Dob. Shield. Character face. Looking annoyed and determined. Character knife. It's out there. Character is standing on ground.
This is nice as well because it's a shot that demonstrates how well they've defended.
We get to see their expression.
Yeah.
Which I like, and it makes the knife a little bit easier to follow, I think.
Because it's coming towards us rather than away.
Beast.
Eat a big old feast.
Like this. And then he would stab him. It's as simple as that.
You like stabbing things.
Like, when boarding, I'm always trying to think about which shot is going to give me the most information.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, like, being able to see the character expression and have the knife come round in perspective and, like, really making that shield, emphasizing the fact that he's holding him off with the shield and everything, it just gives you a bit more information to go on, I think. So then we would have... let me just copy the previous composition a little bit so I can get my hallmarks in there.
Glockenberg, thank you for the follow.
Thank you very much.
Literally drawing India with a knife right now.
Oh, good. My natural state of being. With knife. I'm so edgy, guys.
She
I'm the edgiest.
She D&Ds as a Kenku rogue. How fucking perfect is that?
I love my Kenku rogue. Quilt is amazing. Quilt is the name of my Kenku rogue.
They tried to deceive someone by doing like a 2-tiered disguise self. And India failed an acrobatics check and fell off. Fell off Elaine's character. And I was like, oh, you could play it off as like a side effect of like, oh, the teleportation went wrong. So Elaine's character was like, the sound effect, the side effects. And India was like, I wouldn't understand. I stabbed them.
Yeah, Quilt's not smart enough to think of that. Quilt throws a knife at them.
I threw the knife.
I'm just trying to like frame this knife in a way where it's like breaking the silhouette and it's very clear and everything. Born on an island in the heavens, the blood of my ancestors flows inside me. It's a Knuckles' theme song. For anyone who doesn't know, it's impressive. My duty is to save the flower from evil deterioration. I won't be the one to set your heart free, true.
What flower?
I guess he's talking about the emerald. Cleanse yourself of those evil spirits got in you. Sure, Knuckles.
I guess an emerald kind of has a blooming pattern. A flower would.
Yeah. So then we just get the stab, and you can bring the knife like nice and close to the camera, which is fun.
Yep.
Taking the perspective away from the knife a little bit. Take the perspective away.
You could even do like a slight zoom as it hits, just a thunk.
Yeah. You see, and then we're making sure that when we're framing it, that knife is the thing that's moving the most, and it's like the biggest thing on screen. So we're trying to make it super clear that's what's happened. Yeah. And then you can have his hand retract off screen, you know, in perspective.
Yeah.
And then we get this reaction shot, which makes me feel super effing bad for him. Like, look at it. Oh no. I'm so sad.
Go to the previous one.
Bike's gonna get on at me about my hand.
No.
Although actually he is holding up the wrong hand here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether he is or not.
He is.
Yeah.
The thumb be on the left here, thumb be on the right here. I mean, it's screen left still, but we flipped around, so
maybe it was intended to attack with the...
But either way, you can easily just pop the thumb on the other side and no problem.
It is unclear.
I like this shot though. I do feel like the blue guy feels a little bit too close here. A little bit too big. Maybe just pop him like...
Just a corner. Corner hair. You can't just have everyone's eyes bulge.
Why? Why can't I? Give me one good reason.
Alright, fine. Yeah, I think it is going into like the ridge of a hand, so that it doesn't make sense. It's just like I thought he was punching with his left, but maybe not.
Let's see. There we go. So those are my notes. I think this is overall working really well though. Nice job.
So apparently, there is a drawing of you.
What?
Yeah, Josie's drawn you with it, with a knife.
Where?
In the peg bar.
Okay, one sec. I can get this. Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instincts. That keeps me going. Here you are, guys. Okay, it's a little bit big, but what do you have? A knife! No!
Can you,
Yep, this is accurate.
Can you control minus?
Oh, yeah, I can.
There you
That's
go.
a really good idea.
There you go.
Smart.
What do you have there?
A knife!
No!
There's something in that meme where, like, there's such joy that the child has when they say a knife.
Yeah. Hey, what do you have there? A knife!
A knife!
No!
No!
It's because he's running.
Great job, pencil puncher. Like, really nice. Alright, and we're on to Carry Me Bags! Which is a great name, by the way. Carry me bags, 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 bags. Okay, I'm gonna hit play.
Cool. Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh. Cool. Very cool action.
Nice.
On first instinct, I'd say everything feels very tightly framed in. I think you could do with a few more like nice establishing long shots like this. All of the action is like very close. So yeah, we start off. This doesn't count as a grid, Carry Me Bags. I'm not counting this as a grid.
No.
I refuse. First note, I'm gonna give you a proper. I'll show you a grid.
Okay, you give them grid.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Show you a grid.
I wish you just had a grid.
You come to me with this grid on my granddaughter's birthday. On my daughter's birthday. I can't do an impression of the Godfather. Not well, anyway. But I'm sorry that my lines are wobbly. When they install a line tool, it will be the best day. But until then, have this grid as tribute. I offer you this grid. Be very careful about plopping your characters directly on top of the grid as well, like having their feet literally line up with the top line of the grid. Just because that can often flatten out the perspective that you've kind of worked to build. Oh my gosh, this grid. Forgive me, grid gods. God of grids. So yeah, immediately more clear, right? Right! Did the child have a switchblade? I thought it was just like a kitchen knife. Grid! And a proper grid. Not what you deem to pass as a grid. Okay. So we have this coming in from off screen. I'd extend it all the way off screen. Just because if this is some kind of whip that the character's using as a first frame, it kind of makes me feel like there could be like a background meteorite or something. So really have it like clear that it's coming from off screen. This is all good. We got the character jumping backwards and skidding. When we skid, let's move the grid so we get the impression that they're moving along the ground and the camera's following them, right? As they skid, move the grid.
I return. I really like the way that Steiny handled the moving grid in his like fast-paced movement action shots in his.
Yeah, shows cam
I'd be curious to know
movement.
whether that was like.
I bet he did it frame by frame.
Yeah, I bet he did.
I bet he did. Calling you out, Steiny.
I overheard you saying like this will not do to the grid gods. It makes me want to like commission Laserhorse to draw like
the gods of the grid.
Yeah, some really epic like concept art for the grid god.
Yeah, if you have him skid as well and have him skid to a stop, then you can finish this scene with the character in the middle, which will hook up nicely to your next shot, where this character is in the center of the screen. You know, so you don't have to glue him to the side just because he's skidding, because we're moving the camera and following him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So Cam catches up. And then we can keep him in the center like this, which is great. And I like this shot. Give me a grid. I don't know if we can see the ground plane here, because this could be this. See? It could be from the perspective of the person who's attacking.
Yeah.
Or it could be this, with the edge behind them.
Oh.
You know? So give me a grid, because I don't know what the perspective is on this. It's important. Figure out exactly what angle we're looking at this character from and add a grid.
You gonna put an exclamation? Yeah, you are.
And then this is nice. We're cutting on movement here, which is really nice. And we're at like a slight down shot here. Fresh outer scythe space. Oh, nice. We get a scythe. This is, I think, a good opportunity to have the character smaller and really push that perspective.
Yeah. They could start larger and then you zoom out to allow for
to show the scythe.
Yeah.
Because imagine, if you will, the scythe coming super close to the screen and being like, yo, what up? I'm an effing scythe.
What's this, little crow friend? What do you have here? What does it say? It's from Hayes Radney. It says, beware! The grid gods approacheth to lightly slap your wrist on for your transgressions.
They've come for us. The grid gods have come for us.
Yeah.
Finally.
They demand tribute. Sacrifice your days to studying perspective. Hey, if you can use perspective in your work, you'll gain a new perspective on your work.
Clever.
It's almost like a new vantage point.
Push perspective.
I like to think. Oh, come on, Hannah Lovely. That was good.
Yeah.
You're punished for jokes. I want to clip that interact.
Maybe stage this further away, because everything is so close in. And this grid just won't do, my dude. I can't really tell what's happening with this grid. It's almost implying the opposite to what it actually is, because the horizontal spacing is getting wider as it goes away from us.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works. So, like, find your vanishing point. Like, this would be actually a very good place to establish this character, because we're about to cut to them. And the last time we saw them, they were up in the air. So it's strange to have this character jump up and then for them to be underneath. Because as far as I'm concerned, this orange character is still up in the air.
Yeah.
So maybe use this as an opportunity to stage that character again. Find your vanishing point. And show us what you got.
Everyone knows the grid is flat, not round. You grid globetards need to get your fake news out of here. Flat grid for life.
Yo, I curve my grids sometimes. Curving grids is fun.
Yeah, you can curve a grid to show curvilinear perspective and have like camera lens distortion. You can curve a grid. It's advanced
Even
technique.
if Tib yells at me for doing it, I can still do it.
It looks cool and communicates a feeling.
See, because they were up here. So, re-establish.
That's cool.
Spatial relationship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To other character.
What's this? Hey, girlfriend. What you got there? Is it a message from Pal Bro Fella? Let me try that again. Pal Bro Fella says, grid transgressions must throw... Wait. Grid transgressors must throw an offering to the money hole as tribute to the grid gods.
Nice.
I'm not sure that that's moral, crow friend, but all right. What was it? It was a boomerang sound like. I like to think.
That's what a boomerang sounds like.
Okay.
When it returns. Yeah, for the orange character, have them land in this shot, I think. Because then when you cut to this shot, it makes sense that they're on the ground. Because we saw them land. They're there. So then you cut to this shot, which I think is nice. You might want to keep it on screen for a few more frames. Like, give us the next pose too, please. I request of you.
Is a boomerang meant to return to you even if it's hit your target?
It is in cartoons.
I've always wondered. Because if it returns to you if you miss, that's cool. But if you hit the thing, is it supposed to be like a one-hit, go and collect your reward type scenario?
I'm assuming if it actually hits something really hard, it will probably be stopped by that thing. Unless it hits its side on. I think that's what you generally try to do, is hit something like clip it.
Right. Okay, and then it like rolls and hits them from audible. Boomerangs aren't meant to hit targets, just scare them.
Oh, really?
Really?
What do you know?
Huh, that makes way more sense.
Nah, I'm doing it that way around.
So they can be hit with an arrow. All that media.
Soccer. Give me the next pose too. Where they're like about to bring it down on them. No, I keep drawing on the wrong frame. It's so annoying. Hold on this scene for a bit longer. And this pose isn't the best that I drew for showing that they're about to attack. So maybe find a pose that communicates better. The bottom half of the body is okay. The way that they're holding the scythe doesn't say to me I'm about to attack someone. So find a much nicer pose for that.
Yeah.
And then we get this. It's nice that you're keeping the characters being established on the right hand side of the screen here.
Right, looking left, good continuity.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. And then BAM! Staging it long. And let's have the scythe be in here, right? If this is what we're doing. Let me move this back. Like we've just had this scythe be brought down on them. So let's have it come in shot or start in shot.
Don't know if you can quite see this in the
Thank you guys. Yes, that's perfect.
That's from Kurzik.
That is it. And then there's also me giving it to the grid gods. So yeah, smash into the floor, and then we cut to this where we get to see the scythe on screen in the foreground with the character stumbling backwards. And again, the grid here The lines, your horizontal lines are getting closer. The closer they are to the camera, which isn't the way it works. I see you've just reused this. You've reused this grid. Make sure your grids like actually communicate, because if they don't, there's not any point in having them in there, you know? Like, where is the floor plane here? Are we looking down on them? Where's the horizon line? I need to know. For science?
Yeah. I think this the tendency to put these grids almost feels like they're tilted up, weirdly.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's receding into the distance, that's for sure. Yeah, you can't just pay grids lip service or they won't make sense. Like, the whole function of a grid is to denote in space where your characters are. Like, when you're in a studio, your background artists are going to use these grids to create the backgrounds for your scene. So they need to know where the floor planes are.
Because at the moment, they're fighting on a hill.
Yeah, or something. You see that this composition here makes you feel like the grid, the horizon line's like more like this. I'm just gonna put a note, really decide where your horizon line is.
I think there's some really nice Instagram posts about the importance of perspective in boarding. So I'm gonna
yes, please
link that to you all because it's really cool. So there's 3 parts. This is the first part, but they're all on the same Instagram. So just go have a look. Very useful. Much learn. Good.
Yeah, because the amount that we're having the characters go away from the camera here in perspective, the scale at which they're shrinking, makes you feel like the grid has to be pretty extreme. There has to be extreme perspective on here. And I think the fact that you don't have a well-established grid means that these characters are kind of losing consistency in their proportions to one another. Like, the movements don't really make sense in terms of where the perspective is because you haven't really set it up. So, like, this implies that there would be very harsh perspective, but then this doesn't necessarily. This scene here. So, sorry, this drawing here. So you really want to figure out what that is. This scene makes sense. They throw them off screen left. They continue traveling left. Makes complete sense to me. That's nice. I really like that zoom out. That's super cool.
That's my favorite part.
Nice storytelling. And then that's also a really nice shot. I think you could push the perspective on that. Like, let me see. Yeah, because he's like over the cliff there, right? Whereas here it's almost like he's peeking over the edge back.
Yeah.
So I think you could really like push that. And you know how you would push that? You would use a grid. So I would suggest something more like this.
Instead of using grids, I use triangles. Good luck. That's all.
How would you even? How would you even?
Maybe I saw these triangles arranged vertically and then upside down, alternating.
Remember that the grids aren't just for you, they're for everyone after you in the pipeline.
Yeah.
So, like, you're providing a service for other people. So we have...
Yeah, because animation involves collaboration, and you have to be able to clearly state your intent. And that's what these grids do. They show the space that the action is taking place in.
I would actually, like, if they're going to be, if the head's going to be that big, I think the scythe needs to be even bigger. Like, I might even just Bring the scythe up like this. And then how are they holding on to it? Okay. Like this.
Look how much more precarious that feels.
And then your cliff would be here. Or something. Or something.
You might even be able to like show the edge and also show the perspective going down to where they are.
Yeah, that's true. You could have perspective like this. You know? But you get to show how precarious this is. Like maybe you can have a few little rocks like detached from the edge as they wobble or something. So yeah. And that's what I would suggest. Great job. Like really nice, like a lot of the action. The main thing is just these grids. Like honestly, I can't tell you how much getting solid grids in there is going to amp up your work, because you obviously understand storytelling. You're keeping everything consistent.
Mm-hmm.
There's only a couple of places where I think it needs more of a hookup, such as the orange character landing and such, and keeping the scythe on screen on some shots. But if you understand storytelling, learning to use grids is going to make that so much clearer, and it's going to really push the way that you use perspective as well in your scenes, which will make them feel more dynamic and exciting.
Yeah. It's well worth it.
So is that everything, or do we have one more?
I believe there's one more.
Okay. I am dying, but I'll do it for you guys, because I love you.
I think it should be afros.
There's two more.
There's two more. I'm sorry.
Can I do those tomorrow? Just because I am actually dying and I really need to get to work. It's nearly 11:30.
Okay.
And we started on time today. So, if it's okay with you guys, can I hit yours tomorrow?
The last two did come in late.
Yes, but I do want to look at them and analyze them. But tomorrow won't be the entire stream looking at these two. Just a beginning.
Okay. Well, you do have to deliver the next challenge then. I
do need to deliver the next challenge. So Mike and I were chatting about it, and someone suggested it in chat too. And I think what will be a really nice challenge is, and we're dialing down how intense it is this week because the boarding challenge was pretty intense in terms of getting a whole sequence together. So we want you guys to focus on one shot again, just one thing. And this week's challenge is to animate food, but you have to animate it realistically and really pay attention to the spacing, really pay attention to like the feel of it, like what it is that you're conveying to the audience. So whether it's someone cutting into a melon or someone stirring a broth.
Or something like frying in a pan.
Yeah. Like you tracing a fork across an egg to split the egg. Like we want you guys to really focus on how things move and make it try and feel realistic. Make it try and feel like the food. So I think Studio Ghibli for this.
Yeah.
They do beautiful food animation. Yeah,
Ghibli fans rise up.
Rise up. Let me see if I can get you guys some examples. Oh man. You hate it when you go to like a site assuming that you're already going to be in the search bar and then you're not.
Aww.
You have to retype everything.
Yeah, so, cooking, I think, to be specific, like someone preparing food.
So just one shot, like one of these shots.
When is the challenge due? This Sunday. This upcoming Sunday.
Yep, end of this Sunday. Let's find some nice ones. Look. Stirring. Oh, look, these are some good ones. The way that they slice, that onion, that's from experience, you can tell. So, good tips for this challenge. Like, try it yourself. Like, get reference. Reference is so important to see how food moves. Like, when you cut through something, how much resistance is there? Like, does the skin puncture immediately, or does it kind of bend in on itself?
Yeah, how does the form distort when it's like a pressure is applied to it, or like even think about putting in those shines. I think it's important to show how food can catch the light.
Yeah. I think beverages count for sure, because soups count. So.
Yeah.
This man eating his salad. Look at this.
He's just eating the crest that's on the table. Do we want to put any limitations about whether it's like someone eating the food, like not that, or?
I would say someone eating the food would be very difficult. So try focusing on the food itself, rather than person eating, because that just adds like a bunch of character acting that is easy to get distracted by. So I'd say focus on just the food itself. How
is there no Spirited Away yet? Very true.
Maybe that was like right at the beginning and I accidentally skipped past it. Well, this is Delicious Anime Food Compilation Part 7. So wow. maybe it was in Part 1, you know?
Can you do beans?
You can do beans if you like. I'm not going to stop you from doing beans. But yeah, just one shot. You know, if you just have keys, that's okay.
Oh, I see. I don't care about beans if I'm not eating them.
Oh, I see. See how it is.
Look at that crow emote.
It's a good crow emote.
Oh. Thank you, India.
And it's from Total5552, who says, crow, or quaw.
I thought you were just doing the crow noise for it. So yeah, that's the challenge.
That's the challenge. Have fun animating some food. It's very subtle and very delicate. It's not as flashy as you guys are used to. It's all about subtlety.
Keep it simple. Keep it specific.
Yes, specific is a very good word for it. Take reference or look at reference. You know, the best thing you can do is to make it feel like the food it is. Have it react in a way that makes sense to the food.
Can Swift do a crow speaking like a person voice? That's what she just does all the time.
Oh! Never more! There you go.
You can do it, can't you?
What? I tried.
I think that was good. Nevermore was pretty good. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That's us for today.
I will continue doing the last 2 tomorrow, and then I'll probably be painting some turtles. What do you know? It's been a week and a half since I got to, but I'm gonna do it.
So before you all go, India put together an
I knew you were gonna do this.
Video. Of course I was gonna do this.
I knew
this is what this is for. It's called Rise Up Danger. It does contain, if you've not seen Turtles, it does contain spoilers, but it might interest you in watching it. Give it a watch here.
It kind of contains spoilers. Like, you'll see shots that are from late in the season. And you'll see shots of bad guys that are introduced into season. But there's no context for them other than just coolness.
Yeah, you don't know what they mean. It's like Sakuga from Turtles, and it's amazing and it's incredible, and you should all give it a watch. And if you want, it's also posted on India's Twitter. Give it a retweet. We really want to shine a light on. I'm
trying to push the retweets and likes, and it's not because I want a bunch of retweets and likes. It's because I made this AMV to try and put Rise in front of people and like get people interested in the series. So I'm really interested in this video doing well, not for myself, but because I want to draw more attention to the series. So if you guys can give it a retweet, I'd really appreciate it. I want more people to get to see Rise of the TMNT.
So yeah, retweet this, quote retweet this, unfollow India because she doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't care. Just retweet the video. Repost it if you want. I don't care. Just spread it around.
Here's the tweet. We want this to encourage and entice all of those would-be Turtles fans to realize that it's an incredible show.
Or all the people who like might be interested but just aren't aware of it.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Declan. We appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, no pressure. But if that is something that you think you'd be interested in, then please do, because this show deserves a lot of love, and I'm all about trying to support it. All right, let's head off, Ski.
Okay, take care, everyone. I will flip us to the outro. I will find us a unwilling participant in a raid.
You better find somebody to raid.
Eskimo Girl raided us, so I'm gonna raid them back.
Do it. Don't you want somebody to raid? Don't you need somebody to raid?
Holy wow, they've been going for
Do the raw.
14 hours almost.
Holy guacamole.
Yeah, man. So let's raid them back. They're doing some incredible art, so that's amazing. Right, raid channel. And here we go, Eskimo Girl. Go share them some love.
Have a great time in the stream. And may the rest
Of your day.
be filled
With
adventure.
Take care, everyone. You're amazing. Go do some cool stuff and bring it back and tell us all about it. Happy
Goodbye.
animating. Bye. Rawr.